para DMA, kampuni kusaidia Tanzania kwa upande wa fedha na ukuendezaji wa kampuni. Kama ndugu yangu imeshaelekeza vizuri, tunasaidia wakulima wa Tanzania. Pia tumeanzia Kigoma Joint Program KJP. Sasa hivi Geita, kwa hapa Central, Dodoma, Singida na Manyara. Tunaingia tena kumradi majibu sanifu kwa basi tunaanzia awali msalama majibu 30. Tunaendelea kujenga majibu ya Kasumu tena.
Za asubuhi mabibi na bwana au mimi naitwa Robert, maziwa natoka Zimbabwe, alafu nilikuwa hapa miaka 6 hivi. Naomba niongee na Kiswahili na Kizungu kidogo. Okay, so I'm the founder of DMA. We basically believe that agriculture approach from an ecosystem approach. For that matter, we use digital platforms and people, okay? Agriculture is about people. You can't do agriculture alone using digital. So we mainly use agents who go to farmers and get all the needs of the farmers, supply information, supply extension services. We also buy and sell inputs. And then we also, for Mazao, we also buy the produce that the farmers may produce. With that, we have systems that touch every point of the value chain as well as the ecosystem. So we work with partners that have systems themselves, and then we aggregate those systems to become one system in front of the farmer. We make it much easier for anyone who wants to deal with farmers at the last mile to be able to do that using a digital platform. This makes farmers visible. For example, banks can actually start lending to farmers because they have all the tariff, all the information that they need to do so. I'm very happy to be in this forum. Hopefully we will have a successful day together. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Robert and Tim, for a very brief introduction. Okay, very good. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, we come with your chief. What is comrade, not chief? Asante comrade. I'll call you Bob. I think that will be nice. Yes, we have finished the introduction from the front. We have our colleagues online. From them, but we may reserve access for them. Hello, Dr. Birunji, yes.
Good morning. I don't know whether you can hear me. I've been struggling to hear you online, but let me know if you can hear me, Robert.
We can hear you.
Yeah, okay. I can see the gentleman from Haifa. Great. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation and coming to this validation meeting on digital agriculture and the adaptation profile for Tanzania. Would like to thank the Global Center for Adaptation, on adaptation, for having given us this opportunity. I think for us as an organization, Kilimo Trust, we support farmers, traders, processors and all value chain actors to access markets, whether it is domestic markets, whether it's regional markets, whether it's global markets. But most of our agriculture, as you all know, is heavily dependent on rain, and certainly any changes to in the climate, as you have all seen, changing rainfall variabilities, has a huge impact on the smallholder farmers and ultimately on our food security, not just only in Tanzania and East Africa, but even in Africa and globally. So I'm very happy that we have this opportunity where our profiles our adaptation profile and digital readiness is assessed. And based on that framework, as we have all had, I have had some of the introductions. I'm not very good in Kiswahili, but at least in ensuring that our farmers are last mile infrastructure in terms of enabling our farmers to get to understand what to produce, when, how, can be facilitated better, and even provide them with extension information that is reliable and that is needed at the right time. We are very glad that this opportunity presents itself, and I'm happy that you are here to hear what Rachel and her team have been up to. We were contracted to do this assignment about 4 months ago, and we are here to validate the findings from most of you, the stakeholders that are here, on information that we gathered from you. How do we provide these digital advisory services? How can this be mainstreamed at a national level? How can we as all actors, whether it's civil society organizations, whether it is government, whether it is the private sector, how can we all work together to ensure that as a country, we are able to utilize and take advantage of digitalization to improve our productivity and enhance food security in Tanzania and in East Africa. So thank you once again for coming, and I'm happy to see you, Mercy. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I wish you very good deliberations today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Viruji, for being asked this morning. Of course, we also come to see. Yes. Well, we see. Can you hear us?
I'm not able to hear you. I only had my name, so I don't know whether it's the mic.
Yeah, I was just checking if you can clearly hear us.
The voice is breaking a bit.
But it's okay. This one a bit on the audio and while
I'm not sure I heard you. Perhaps, I don't know whether it's the mic, but it breaks a lot. So we are not able to hear consistently and put together what you say.
Sorry for that inconvenience, but we are sorting it out shortly. We can be back to you. Wakati naendelea kuangaikia na masuala ya teknolojia, inaanzia kwetu. Well, Dr. Birunji amejitambulisha, lakini sio rasmi. Tutampa nafasi ya kufungulia sasa rasmi. Nilikuwa natamani kwanza nitambulishe timu ya Plus ambayo tuko hapa pia, ili tuweze kufahamu. Lakini timu ya Plus haijajitambulisha. Kwa kifupi sana, nieleze kwa nini tuko hapa. Well, wenzetu if you are very sensitive to adaptation, digital system, digital zote Tanzania ambazo zinaweza zikatusaidia ni issue nzima ya climate adaptation. Kwa hiyo umefanya profiling ya sisi zilizopo, na kama mlivyoona kujitambulisha katika maeneo mbalimbali, kuja kwenye baadhi ya mikoa na wilaya katika nchi hii ya Tanzania bara na visiwani, ambapo sasa tumepata kujua kile kinachoendelea kwenye nchi zote na ni namna gani hizi zikiwa zinaweza kusaidia kupambana na mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Sasa katika kuprofile kwetu, tunasema yawezekana tumepata taarifa ambazo yamkini kuna kidogo zisizo sana, inawezekana ziko sahihi. Sasa ni vizuri tukakutana kutoka kwa wadau mbalimbali, hasa hilo department kutoka maeneo mbalimbali. Tukutane basi tuweze kuvalidate sisi tumekusanya kutoka kwenu. Nilisema hapa kwa nini validation yaanze taarifa ambazo tumezikusanya. Lakini inawezekana pia kuna taarifa kisha kwa bahati mbaya hatuweza kuzikusanya. Tukaamini uwepo wengine unaweza kutupatia sasa ambazo tunaamini zitasaidia pia sasa mifumo pamoja ambacho tunaweza tukasema okay, kama guys, hii sisi ni nzuri, we can all feed in this. Au basi hii na hii na hii zinaweza zikatusaidia kuziscale up kwa namna moja au nyingine. Ndio sababu kubwa ambayo tuko hapa. Na wadau mbalimbali kutoka wakuu wa idara za kilimo kutoka wilaya mbalimbali, tumekutana na wakuu wa idara ya kilimo taifa, tumekutana na wakuu wa teknolojia, tumekutana na wakuu wa miradi, tumekutana na watu
Very good. Mimi naitwa Rachel Ajambo Msasizi. Natoka ofisi yetu makao makuu Kampala, ili nilisha hapa muda mrefu sana, zaidi ya miaka 5, na tulikuwa hapa na timu hii na bado nipo nao. Kwa hiyo nimekuja kwa kukimbizana tu kufika hapa in time for this meeting. I'm very happy to see all of you. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. And I will be making this presentation. What is my title? My title, I'm a country team leader for Kilimo Trust in Uganda. Before that, I was country team leader for Kilimo Trust in Tanzania. I went back home. I also lead the markets and markets and policy analysis unit in Kilimo Trust. That is why I'm here. This is a study and it falls under my unit. So I lead the country office in Uganda, but I also lead the Market and Policy Analysis Unit in the whole of Kilimo Trust East Africa. So that's why I'm here today. I'm very glad to see you. You'll be seeing a lot of me today. So asante sana. Wakubwa, shikamo. There are very few, but I know they are there. Asante.
Thank you, Rachel. Asante kwa kuwawakilisha wanawake. Yes, I think it's a wake-up call. Sisi tumewaalika wengi ni head of department, na kwa bahati mbaya head of department wengi ni wanaume. Sasa nafikiri ni mjadala baada ya tutajadili wakati wa chai, tujue tunafanyaje zile head of department za kike. Asante sana. Well, we have our colleague Messi. So I'd like to invite her so that she introduces herself. She's from GCA. Messi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Very well, thank you. Welcome, Messi. The floor is yours. Introduce yourself and make a welcome remark.
Okay, I hope you can all hear me. Thank you so much. I am so happy to be here, though connecting online, very far away. I'm currently working in Djibouti. Like I have been introduced, my name is Mercy Nyambura, and I work as a senior program officer at the Global Center on Adaptation, GCA, in the Food Security and Rural Wellbeing Program. And just to give you a little bit background on what we do and maybe perhaps also mention the importance of this workshop. GCA is an organization that is dedicated to accelerating adaptation action and supporting efforts to build resilience to climate change. We work towards catalyzing a global movement to accelerate adaptation action and support efforts to address climate change impacts. Our approach involves, of course, collaborating with stakeholders such as governments and many others, among them, of course, organizations, individuals, farmers, and farmer organizations to advance what we call practical solutions and mainstream adaptation across all sectors in agriculture and infrastructure, youth jobs, and climate finance. We strive to ensure that climate adaptation is a global priority and advocating for policies and investment that build resilience and also enhance food security, as well as protect ecosystems and foster sustainable development is of interest to us. So through partnership, research, and knowledge sharing, GCA aims to empower communities, businesses, and governments to adapt to the changing climate and create a more sustainable and resilient future for all. Within the food security program that I have just talked about, we place a strong emphasis on leveraging climate-smart digital advisory services and also promoting digitalization in the agricultural sector. We recognize the transformative power of digital technologies in enhancing agricultural resilience and adapting to climate change. So through our programs or activities such as Climate Smart Digital Advisory Services, we aim to provide farmers and stakeholders like you in the room with innovative digital tools and platforms for use that offer tailored advice and information on climate smart practices. I had everybody introducing themselves and mentioning about how important digitization is to agriculture and even to support farmers. So we look to provide these services as well to empower farmers and to make informed decisions, to empower farmers to make informed decisions, also optimize resource management and increase productivity in the face of changing climate conditions, of which Tanzania is not an exception. I would like quickly to just mention about the work that we are going to discuss today. The digital or what we're calling the validation workshop for Tanzania country's digital agriculture and adaptation profile. We are very delighted as GCA to have all of you here today, including, all the esteemed guests that we have from the ministry and all the stakeholders from the different sectors. Our gathering here, it's not only to just gather and talk, but also very key to acknowledge the incredible work that has been done by Kilimo Trust in partnership with GCA and all of you as stakeholders, but also to highlight the invariable partnership that Kilimo Trust fostered with all of you to be able to develop this work. Like I mentioned, the Global Center again is leading internationally to advance climate adaptation solutions worldwide. And with a very strong focus on enhancing resilience and addressing the impacts of climate change, GCA brings a wealth of resources, expertise, and experience to this collaboration with you and with Kilimo Trust. And as our work spans across regions and sectors, striving to promote equitable access to adaptation finance and benefits for all, in our partnership with Kilimo Trust and all of you, we have actively contributed resources, technical know-how to develop this work. And this collaboration is also joined with a flagship that you all know that is coming up very strongly to support this manner of work, the African Adaptation Acceleration Program that is co-owned by African Development Bank and GCA. Together, we have all embarked on extensive research, as will be presented today, engaged with stakeholders, all of you in the room and others, and conducted research field to create this comprehensive profile that assesses the readiness of Tanzania for digital agriculture and adaptation transformation. This profile not only highlights the challenges faced by the agricultural sector in Tanzania, but also explores the potential of digital tools in addressing these challenges and building resilience across value chains. At the heart of this initiative that we will be looking at today is the recognition of the importance of adaptation to climate change. We all know that climate change poses unprecedented risks to our food systems and agricultural productivity. And by embracing digitalization, we can empower all farmers, small and big, commercial and rural and staple farmers, and even stakeholders like the institutions that you represent, with the tools and knowledge needed to adapt effectively and also to invest. So digital tools provide variable climate information. They support decision-making processes and also enhance productivity and improve resilience. This collaboration with all of you and with Kilimo Trust, and in the future, the collaborations will foster from here, will aim to harness the transformative power of digitalization to ensure a sustainable and resilient agricultural sector in Tanzania. So today, as we gather here for this stakeholder validation workshop, I would like to invite all of you to contribute your expertise, to contribute your insights, and give us variable feedback. Your perspectives are invariable in shaping the digital agriculture and adaptation profile for Tanzania. And together we can refine and strengthen this profile to better serve the needs of the agricultural sector, taking into account the diverse context and gender-specific requirements. Somebody mentioned that, so I hope that will come up as much as possible. And by fostering collaboration and engaging with all of you in this room, we can ensure that the benefits of digital agriculture and adaptation are equitably accessed to all in Tanzania. The Global Center on Adaptation is very much committed to equitable access to adaptation and finance benefits, like I mentioned earlier. And so our collaboration with you, all in the room, can create that meaningful change ensuring that the most vulnerable communities have the necessary resources and support to adapt to climate change effectively. As our work is rooted in a gender-responsive approach as well, recognizing the specific needs and capacities of different groups and striving for inclusivity and fairness is our initiative. It doesn't mean because we do not have much gender balance in the room, these issues do not affect you and these issues will not come up. I'm sure in all your departments, like I had, you are also putting emphasis on this. And so I'll be very happy to see how that inclusivity and fairness and diversity comes in. In conclusion, I extend my deepest appreciation to Kilimo Trust, to the ministry, and all participants for their unwavering commitment to this critical initiative. By working together, we can achieve greater impact and create more resilient and sustainable agricultural sector in Tanzania. So let us make the most of this stakeholder validation workshop, leveraging our collective knowledge, our experiences, and resources to strengthen the digital agriculture and adaptation profile for Tanzania. Thank you for your presence and active engagement, and I wish you all productive and inspiring workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Messi, for a very nice welcome in the back. And we hope you will be with us during this session. Hopefully you can hear us now.
I can still hear you. It's a bit breaking, but I'll try to be here as much as possible. So please alert me when, and I'll let you know when I can't hear you, but please alert me when you think I can't hear you.
Okay, thank you very much, Messi. That was a very nice introduction from Messi. To add anything on what I don't want to destroy the message she has actually delivered to us this morning. Basically, she insisted on two things that I will and of course collaboration. And that's why we are from different organizations, from different departments, we are all here to enhance this, what she has actually talked. She talked quite a lot. Just make the most enhancing farmer to make actual decisions. And of course, the collaboration among ourselves with the farmers so that we can actually to the now combat resilience effect. Well, after this welcoming remark, I would also now welcome our colleagues from the Ministry of Agriculture, the ICT department, to give us a welcoming remark. Yeah. Baada ya kupata kutoka kwa Messi Nyambura, nadhani kwa kiwango kikubwa tuna sasa tunataka tufanye. Kama mwanzo naitwa Timothy Sembuka, Wizara ya Kilimo, Sera na Mipango, pia na hapa nawakilisha wizara, lakini kupitia sana kwa mwanzo Wizara ya Kilimo uratibu wa mambo mengi ambayo yamekuwa yanazungumzwa hapa. Kujitambulisha,
mwezeshaji alisema tujaribu kuzungumza kidogo kuhusiana na hizi digital agriculture, digital platforms, lakini kwa sababu tayari wajumbe tulioko hapa tunatoka katika maeneo mengi ambako sisi kama wizara sera zinakotekelezwa halmashauri kwenye wilaya mikoani. Pia pamoja na tunakuwa na vipaumbele, na vipaumbele vyetu ni pamoja na upatikanaji wa mbegu za mbegu bora, kwa sababu ili tuweze kuwa na usalama wa chakula pia tuna uwezo kuwa na kuongeza maeneo yanayohusiana na umwagiliaji kwa maana ya acreage. Kwa maana wizara ina jukumu la kujenga miundombinu kwa ajili ya kuwa na nadhani tunalenga kutokana na mpango wa taifa na Chama cha Mapinduzi tunatakiwa tuwe siopungua pia unapozungumzia upatikanaji wa mbegu kwa ujumla na upatikanaji wa sasa kuna swala la mbegu, kuna swala la madawa, kuna swala la mbolea, pia kuna swala la value addition ambayo pia wizara inaratibu, lakini watekelezaji wako katika maeneo ya ngazi ya halmashauri, mikoa na vitu kama hivyo. Sasa ili kuweza kufikia hayo malengo, kuna strategy nyingi ambazo zinatumika za digital platforms. Kama alivyozungumza wenzangu, kwa sababu hii mfano kilimo lazima inatakana uzalishaji ukomo, mahitaji ya mbolea, mahitaji ya madawa. Sasa haya mambo yanafanyika kupitia hizi digital platforms or systems ambazo mojawapo wenzangu wa kutoka halmashauri wamezitaja ikiwemo senta pale ipo, lakini yote haya sio kwamba kwa sababu baada ya kuwa tunaweza tukamwagilia tunaishia tija kwa maana ya productivity. Sasa hizi taarifa tunazozipata kupitia mifumo tulio nayo inamhusu mkulima inakujua mbegu bora iko wapi, lakini pia ina ubora kiasi gani na sio feki na vitu vinafanyika kupitia kwenye hizo mifumo ambayo ipo. Nazungumzia ishu ya kuwa na zile lebo kwenye mbegu. Kwa mfano mmoja ambayo tumepractice hii mwaka ulioisha 22-23 tunashughulika na swala la upatikanaji mfumo wa ruzuku na mbegu. Kulikuwa kuna namba ambazo zipo kwenye zile material za ama ni packing material ambazo zilikuwa zinasaidia mtu kuweza kujua hii mbegu original yake inatoka wapi, ni fake au sio fake. Nadhani haya mambo yanafanyika pita. Hayo yote ni kumake kwamba kama wizara tunatumia mifumo hii ya sasa digital platforms kuhakikisha kwamba mbegu zinapatikana kwa wakulima baada ya kufanya registration, kujua nani anataka mbolea, yuko wapi, kiasi gani cha mbolea, aina gani ya mbolea. Yote haya kwa mazungumzo hapa ni kuhakikisha kwamba kilimo kupitia wakulima kinakuwa kina tija, na ambapo ukishakuwa na tija, maanake unazungumzia hata mchango wa sekta ya kilimo kwa maana ya mazao utaongezeka kwenye pato la taifa. Kwa hivyo hizi system ambazo zinazungumzwa hapa leo ya Kilimo Trust, kazi hiyo waliyofanya katika hii mikoa ni kazi muhimu sana, ambayo nadhani itaweza kutupa picha. Sema Messi, tutajaribu kumake sure tunaongeza nyama pale ambako zimepungua, na pale ambako tunaona taarifa labda imechukuliwa lakini haikuwa sahihi. Lengo letu nadhani ni kuhakikisha kwamba at the end of hiki kikao tunakuwa tuna taarifa ambazo ni sahihi na zinaweza kurudi nyuma zikatumika kwa ajili ya aidha kwa kuscale kwenye wale maeneo ambako mifumo haijafika, lakini kurekebisha pale ambako tunaona mifumo haifanyi vizuri. Sasa sisi kama wizara hiki ni kitu muhimu sana ambacho kitatupa mrejesho kutoka na mifumo ambayo ipo na itatusaidia pia katika kupanga mipango yetu kwa maana ya resources ili kuhakikisha kwamba wananchi wanapata taarifa sahihi na kwa wakati. Taarifa pia ziwasaidie katika kuongeza uzalishaji, kujua masoko yako wapi, nini kinahitajika sokoni. Kwa hivyo kwa haya maneno machache nadhani kama wizara niseme tu kwamba jambo hili ni jema, nadhani tunalipokea kwa mikono miwili kwa sababu tutakuwa na tija katika mipango yetu. Kwa hivyo nawashukuru sana wajumbe na nawakaribisha Dodoma pia ili muweze tuendelee na hiki kikao ambacho nadhani ni kifupi lakini nadhani very productive. Asante sana, karibuni Dodoma na karibuni wizarani, na kwa wale ambao wako mawilayani nadhani kuna mambo mengi ambayo nafikiri yatatekelezwa kwa mwaka huu kupitia bajeti zetu ambazo tayari bajeti imeshapitishwa. Kuna mambo mengi ambayo nafikiri yatakuja kufanyika huko. Kama nilivyosema mwanzo pia kuna mfuko wa maendeleo ya kilimo unaitwa Agricultural Development Fund, ambayo mimi ni manager. Nadhani shughuli zake zitaanza kutekelezwa. Nadhani miongoni mwake majukumu ya mfuko ni pamoja na kusaidia kuongeza nguvu kwenye miradi ya maendeleo pale ambako tunaona budget imekuwa ina mapungufu. Kwa hiyo inawezekana katika muda unaokuja, miaka inayokuja, baadhi ya miradi iliyoko kwenye mawilaya maeneo mnakotoka watakuwa ni wanufaika. Kwa hiyo mimi nawashukuru sana na nadhani tuendelee na kama. Asante sana.
Thank you. That was actually the introduction. Yes. Thank you for welcoming remark from our colleague from Ministry of Agriculture. Missy, are you there? She left. Okay, no problem. We will brief her on this welcoming remark. We were actually expecting to have a welcome remark from the ICT and of course the PS from Ministry of Agriculture. Unfortunately, a person from ICT is not here, so let's hope that the welcome remark from Ministry of Agriculture has combined both, and of course it has represented also the ICT department. Well, we will be having a presentation on our findings, the presentation in Tanzania Country Digital Agriculture and Adaptation Profile.
Okay. Najaribu kuomba mawazo kidogo hapa. Sasa naomba nirudishe kwenu. Tutakuwa na mawasilisho ya kile tulichokiona baada ya kazi yetu ndogo kuhusu digital adaptation Tanzania. Sasa mawasilisho yatachukua takriban saa nzima hivi. Swali langu kwenu, kwa chai au tuendelee mawasilisho? Break kwa ajili ya chai. Very nice. Basi Nisa kutuangalizia kama iko tayari. Ngoja Nilson mwenzetu atusaidie kuangalia hapo kuhusu utaratibu. Wakati huu tunaposubiri sasa tunaposubiri utaratibu wa chai. Katika tulipokuwa tunajitambulisha, kuna watu wamejitambulisha wanachokifanya, wanakotoka. Kuna mtu ambaye alikuwa anatamani kuuliza swali, labda kuna nini alipojitambulisha mwenzetu Mgaya hasa nazungumzia private organizations. Tukataka wa eri wanachokifanya ISDA. Mtu ana swali, DMA pia walijitambulisha na wakaeleza wanachokifanya. Kuna mtu ana swali au anataka kuelewa zaidi katika hawa waliojitambulisha kwa hizo dakika mbili? Yes, karibu mkuu.
Nadhani kuna vifupi labda vilikuwa vinatumika hapa ndani. Nafikiri kuna haja ya kuwa tunasema sentence yote ili mtu ajue nini hasa kinatamkwa. Zungumza DRC nikashtuka kisa sikuona conversation yetu tunasema DRC, nikafikiri kwa kuna haja ya kutaja vile virefu vizuri.
Asante sana. Hiyo kitu nzuri. Jamani, kwa kifupi, kwa hiyo sasa mkuu anasema ni vizuri kama tukaeleza ISDA ni nini? Yaani kwa kirefu ISDA ni nini? Ili ni nini? Tuanzie wapi? DRC. Okay. Tuanzie hapo. Karibu.
Asante. Naitwa Danish Diffiju Council ambao tunafanya nao kazi kule upande wa Kigoma Joint Program. Danish Diffiju Council. Refugees. Wanafanya upande wa wakimbizi lakini pia wanafanya kambi nje ya kambi ambao kwenye upande wanafanya nao kama nje. Kuna kasulu kwa wanafanya ndani ya kambi ya Nyarugusu, lakini pia kuna shughuli ambazo wanafanya nje ya kambi.
DMA? Yes.
DMA abbreviations for Digital Mobile Africa. Asante.
Digital Mobile Africa. ISDA?
ISDA ni Innovative Solutions for Decision Agriculture. Yes.
Asante. Kuna mwingine alikuwa contribute? Okay. Yes. Ni International Rice Research Institute. Regional Center iko Nairobi, Tanzania office iko Dar es Salaam. Yes, na tuna offices ndogo pale Morogoro, Dakao. Yeah, Dakao, yes. Yeah. Karibu sana.
Asante sana kaka.
Nilizungumza mradi wa SACRIP, ni Sustainable in Agriculture Kigoma Project.
Sustainable in Agriculture Kigoma Project. Yes. Kuna mwingine ambaye alijitambulisha kwa abbreviation natamani tuelewe. Sawa. Asante. Basi kwa wakati huu nitaomba tupate chai, lakini kabla ya chai tunatakiwa tuwe group photo. Naam. Hapa. Oh. Good. Basi ni waombe sasa. Naomba tusimame hapo mbele tupate group photo alafu tutaelekea kwenye chai. Okay. Tutasimama wote au kuna watu kauka? There's no sitting. Sawa. Yes, wewe utakuwa katikati. Au akae. Please. Jamani, wale warefu kama mimi tuwe mstari wa mbele. Warefu kama mimi wale. Yes. Yes. Up. Sasa kuna watu wakae. Sawa. Sina tosha. Kuna nini tunatukana? Naomba tukae.
Polygon line is still there. Yes, Donata is there. Edith are there. It's there. Who else?
We are here.
Very nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Edith is from GC.
Yeah. Edith.
Edith, yes.
Okay.
Edith.
Yes. Hi, everyone.
Hi,
Hi, Edith.
How are you today?
To have you online. We're just finishing the tea break. So we're just to the presentation, actually.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jamani, habari ya mchana tena. Bila shaka wote tumepata chai. Kuna aliyekosa ambaye amemiss chai? Tunaendelea nayo kwenye meza. Yes, I love that. Yeah, ni nzuri. You can take your coffee, tea, have it there. Sasa tuende tukasikilize mawasilisho ya kile tulichokikuta huko. Baada ya kufanya profiling, baada ya kutembea almost mikoa mingi tu Tanzania, tumeenda kaskazini, Arusha, Manyara, Central tulifanya Dodoma, tulikwenda West tukafanya Kigoma, lakini pia tulikwenda Iringa tukafanya Njombe, Songea, Masasi, ilikuwa ni Tunduru Masasi. Masasi, yes, tumekwenda Pwani, Dar es Salaam, Morogoro, lakini pia Zanzibar tumefika. Kwa hiyo tumekuja na taarifa nyingi, ila tunaamini bado zina mahali ambapo tunahitaji pia taarifa kutoka kwenu. Kwa hiyo naomba wakati karibishe Rachel wa jambo. Rachel? Yes. Rachel, are you set? I'll be assisting you, no problem. Okay. Thank you. Welcome, Rachel. Floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, gentlemen. I can't say good morning, gentlemen and ladies, so good morning, gentlemen. Naomba nizungumze Kiingereza. My Kiswahili is not very fluent. Akiko kisanifu to be able to present in Kiswahili. So I will present in English. How I say. Okay, I have the pleasure this morning to not only represent the ladies of East Africa, but I also have the pleasure to present to you the country digital agriculture and adaptation profile for Tanzania as informed by you people who are here and also several other people who are not here. You are representing just a fraction of the people that we talked to while we were developing this country agriculture and adaptation profile for Tanzania. I want to remind all of us that while we were conducting this study, we were actually approached by GCA to actually develop this profile for Tanzania. And the idea, just like Mercy already informed you or informed us in this meeting, that the idea is to really see what are the resilience strategies that different countries globally are adapting or adopting nationally and also locally to make sure that all of us get ready for what is now inevitably with us, and that is climate change. No one in this room does not agree that climate change is happening, okay? So that is actually why the Global Center for Adaptation was created, just so that all of us prepare adequately for what is inevitably coming. Yes, it may not come during our lifetimes, us who are here, but there are people who are coming after us. The children we have, the grandchildren we already have. Some of us are grandparents, not very many here in this particular room, but the others. So in a few years' time, as you will see in the data, by 2050, we will actually have a very different climate than we have right now. And so all of us just need to prepare. I was reading online, now this one doesn't have to do with the presentation. I was reading online about the people who are in the islands, the most beautiful island somewhere in the Pacific. And they were telling everyone, you people, by 2030, we will have gone under the sea. What are you people helping us to do? I think it was the island of Vanuatu or something like this. It is one of the most remote countries in the world. Island nation, it's called Vanuatu. It is in the Pacific Ocean. Very far, very, very far. Very beautiful place, very difficult to reach, but there is rising sea level. And several countries will actually go under the ocean. And so all of us are saying, what are we doing? Yes, Tanzania might not go under the ocean, but the way we produce food right now will definitely be very different from the way we produce food in the future. And so all of us are saying, how do we adapt and adopt new practices, new innovations, and new ways of thinking and doing things to help us cope? So we had three major objectives for this study. The first one was to analyze climate vulnerability in the major agricultural value chains, crops and livestock in Tanzania. The second one was to assess the landscape of digital tools available and platforms as initiatives in agriculture for climate mitigation and or adaptation. The third one was to examine how the digital climate and advisory services can be mainstreamed in implementing adaptation options and pathways in the National Agricultural Planning System for the agricultural sector in Tanzania. This is the reason why we actually invited the Ministry of Agriculture, because this one falls directly under their docket, together, of course, with the people who are managing the environment, and together with others who are also responsible for managing natural resources in the country. This is the map of where we went. We didn't go all over Tanzania, but we made sure that at least there's representation from each of the regions. So we went to agricultural households from 7 zones: in the northern, in the central, western, southern highlands, Zanzibar, Lake Zone, and in the coastal. So the area shaded green is where we actually conducted this study. So all of you in the room are coming from at least one of these regions, okay? How have we conducted this study? This study has been conducted in a phased manner. We had 4 phases. We actually right now in the last phase, the 4th phase. The first phase, we actually did several activities, and including conducting preliminary desk review on what does it mean, what was the landscape in Tanzania, what has already been written and what has already been studied. So we did that, and we came up with an inception report, and also came up with an inception report that we agreed together with GCA, and we have been together with them since the month of May, actually the month of March, sorry, it was the month of March, and so we had an inception report. We had the second phase of mobilizing. We had to work on surveys, on the survey tools. We had to engage stakeholders. This is how you people, we reached out to you somewhere around April after Easter, and also developed a sampling frame for this study. And of course, we did a comprehensive literature review to identify data gaps. We constituted the research team, which you met. The team, the Kilimo Trust team, was working with a much wider team in the regions to collect this data. We couldn't have managed it just the small team that you've seen this morning. It was a much larger team, and in each region, we actually worked with the research enumerators in each region. And we also had some phone interviews and also developed a report outline. And so from that phase, we had the literature review report. It's a very rich one. And also we had a draft data collection tools that were now submitted for approval by GCA. So we did the third phase, which was the data collection. The team spent actually about 3 weeks collecting this data. Of course, looking at what the gaps, what were the gaps in literature. We had to identify those ones. We collected data using ODK, and of course entered the data into SPSS. First it was Excel, then SPSS. Then we also did some in vivo, and we actually came up with a literature review report, a refined one, and data collection tools. And then finally, we are here validating this meeting. So the report that you're receiving this morning is actually a draft report, and after we have received views from your side, we can now say this climate adaptation profile for Tanzania would be ready. Actually, GCA will be actually planning in the near future a much higher level meeting to disseminate these findings. So this one is a technical validation meeting, but some of you, or even all of you, might actually be invited into the higher level meeting, where we will be having some of the policymakers in the room. This is very, very important, because we want to show you and the policymakers what it means for Tanzania. Where are we right now? and where do we need to start taking concrete steps to move forward in the adaptation, in the climate resilience and adaptation strategies for Tanzania. And then the final report will, of course, be presented to GCA, and they will actually take the lead in convening all of us for that higher level meeting, where we also hope to have some donors like World Bank, like IFC, like USAID, to come and listen to what has been found out in Tanzania, but also what it means to support the country to actually get ready for what is actually coming. So let me go into the findings very quickly. I'm moving much faster here, but that one is also coming. So we looked at several key indicators for Tanzania. We looked at poverty, we looked at access to basic services, we looked at access to finance and credit, we looked at GDP, population, employment, and literacy. These are the big macroeconomic indicators for the country. This is what we found out. 27% of people are still living under $1 a day, though actually I don't know whether it's World Bank. I think World Bank has revised the poverty line to $2.17. So if we have people who are living under $1, then that means we have a much larger percentage of people still under the poverty line. We have 92% living under $5, at least they're above the poverty line, and then 49% living under $1.9 and 49.8% living in multi poverty. Okay. Now these are just numbers. They're published. They're out there somewhere. Access to basic services, we found that about 49.5 or about 50% and about 65% have access to clean drinking water, especially in the rainy season and in the dry season. So in the dry season, the number goes up a bit, but in the rainy season it is much lower. It's 50%, those who have access to clean water. And the access to basic sanitation is about 90%, and the access to improved sanitation facilities, that is shown by improved toilet facilities and wash facilities, that is about 44%. We realized that about a third or about less than a third used electricity as the main source of energy for lighting, and electricity access was only at 38% nationally and 73% in urban areas. Electricity and coverage is 78.4. Access to finance and credit, over a 12-month period, only about 11% of households accessed credit, especially in urban areas. In the rural areas, we had about 32% of households taking credit for subsistence needs, and others for inputs and other school fees and medical services. So these are numbers that are out there on statistics. If we look at the global GDP for Tanzania, in 2021, it went up significantly. It was about $67 billion, okay, about 68. In 2020, it was 62, and in 2019, it was 61. So we have GDP growth for Tanzania. Actually, Tanzania was one of the countries that grew during the COVID pandemic by 4.3%. And that growth is mostly attributed to the services sector, which has the highest contribution to GDP at 34%. Agriculture is contributing about 26%, and the industry is at 29%. The population is also going up at 3% per annum, Right now, Tanzania is at about 65.5 million people as of 2022 data. And about 74% of those households are male-headed, and average size is about 5 people per household. Employment, labor force is about 55% of the labor force has one source of income. 60% is employed in agricultural sector, followed by services at 32% and industry at 8%. We have more women employed in agriculture and services than men. Literacy is about 76% of the population is literate. 87% of youths who are between 15 and 24 years are literate. And 77% of adults are literate. They have higher, of course, for all literacy indicators, the men are more educated than the women, especially, and of course, in the urban areas, the literacy rate is much higher. So these are just the global indicators for Tanzania at a glance. And the only thing here that you need to take away from all these many numbers is that the continued steady growth of the Tanzanian economy amidst the recent turmoil in the global economy, e.g. COVID-19 and inflationary pressures and the Ukraine war, registered an improvement in most of the development indices such as GDP, unemployment, access to basic services, poverty, literacy, showing a growing potential of the country to take up innovation and investment. This is the reason why we are looking at these indicators, that as a country, Tanzania is doing very well and growing quite significantly. Actually, also projected to grow even much faster. It will be one of the fastest growing economies in Africa, even up to 2030 and beyond. And therefore, people are willing and able actually to take up investments, especially in innovations such as digital climate services. When we bring it home to agriculture, this is the agricultural landscape. Some of the indicators, I think I will just summarize them. Of course, agriculture is dominated by smallholder farmers, 80% of agricultural production, who are on the average of 2.3 hectares per household. And they are actually, they account for about 45% of the land. Under production is under smallholder farmers. 2.5% of the planted area is irrigated, and of course it is higher in Zanzibar than on the mainland. The government of Zanzibar has really invested heavily in irrigation, and so they are doing much better in terms of irrigation compared to the mainland. But of course also the area is much smaller compared to the mainland Tanzania. 21% of land cultivated is under improved seed, and 20% is under fertilizer usage. By land area, the main crops include cereals and oilseed and pulses and roots and tubers in that order. So cereals 65%, oilseeds 13%. Pulses 12%, and then roots and tubers at 10%. Most of the smallholders are rain dependent, and they are actually under suboptimal input use and low resilience farming systems. So that is important to note. So they are highly susceptible to climate change effects, and ultimately they will be the most affected by climate change effects. Remember, they account for 80% of production in the country. Major agricultural commodities produced by volume is maize, cassava, sweet potatoes, bananas, sugarcane, and rice in that order. And the total volume of agricultural production stands now at about $11 billion. Crops account for 95% and livestock only about 4%. Export volumes, agriculture contributes 32% to total export volume, valued at about $10 billion. Agriculture products constitute 9.5% of total import value. So we are still importing quite a bit, especially in terms of the oils. Tanzania imports quite a bit of oils, and most of the imports lie around oils and things that go into the agriculture inputs. Those are imported quite seriously. Major agricultural exports include rice, coffee, cashew nut, tobacco, coffee, cotton, cloves, tea, and that is as of 2021. And imports include wheat, palm oil, cane sugar, and that is as 2021. Livestock, of course, the cattle and all these ones are also there, but we'll look at the livestock snapshot much later on. What you need to note from this slide with all the beautiful numbers is that we have about 7% of the agricultural households receive extension services. We have about 1,100 large-scale farms in this country. And large-scale means they are doing about 50 plus hectares. We also have 8.7 million households that are divided into the agriculture sector. About 7.8 million households are involved in agriculture. About 26% agriculture contributes to GDP, and 60% of the population is engaged in agriculture. That's a big percentage. It's more than 50%. The labor force, about 35% of the agricultural labor force is unpaid family labor. So usually this one is something that is not costed, and so if we put the costing on family labor, we might find that much of the production is actually in negative gross margins if you are to cost family labor, because the 35% of labor is actually provided by family members and usually is not costed. The 7 agricultural zones that we went to have distinct soils, topographies, altitude, rainfall regimes, and growing seasons. In a snapshot, the agriculture sector is a key pillar of the Tanzania economy in terms of employment, in terms of food production, in terms of GDP contribution, and also in terms of supply of raw materials to industry. So they are a main source of food, main source of raw materials, foreign earning, employment, and addressing constraints within this sector can significantly generate impact because of the reach and critical mass of actors who also create a cascading impact on other sectors. These are the descriptive statistics of interviewed farmers. I will only look at a few things on this slide. It is quite full of a lot of things, but I just want to put our focus on this box here. What are the whatever is not showing? Okay, I wanted to put more emphasis on the bottom left of what are farmers, the farmers that we worked with, what are they engaged in mostly, and what are their characteristics. So the core crop and livestock value chains among farmers that we interviewed are in the northern zone. They are in coffee, potatoes, maize, banana, cassava, sorghum, and sugarcane. and main livestock is cattle, goats, and chicken. In the central zone, central and western zone, which includes Dodoma all the way to Kigoma, they are mostly in maize, beans, cassava, rice, groundnut. It doesn't show there on the wall. That's where I wanted to point. Okay. In the central and western zone, all the way to Kigoma, they are mostly in maize, cassava, rice, groundnut, sunflower, sweet potato, banana, and green peas. And of course, they keep cattle, goats, chicken, ducks, and rabbit. In the lake zone, they are mostly in cotton, sorghum, maize, sunflower, rice, lentils, and green grams. And they are mostly keeping cattle, goats, sheep, and chicken. Coastal zone, which includes Zanzibar and Morogoro, because we had Pwani and Rufiji and Zanzibar and all these other places all the way to Morogoro. They're mostly in cassava, banana, rice, maize, potato, tomatoes, vegetables. They do quite a bit of vegetables, oranges, olives, and they keep cattle, goats, chicken, and rabbit. The southern highlands, which includes Mbeya, Njombe, and Ruvuma, they're in cassava, banana, rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, cloves, oranges, wheat, avocado, tea, sesame, and cashew nut. They also keep cattle, pigs, chicken, and all these other things. As a summary, most of the farmers we found, the average age of a farmer in Tanzania is 48 years. They are above 45 years of age. But remember, we have a youth population that is about 74% literate. So we have a huge youth labor force that is not engaging in agriculture. This is what we found when we went to all these places. The policy people in this room, we need to see how do we bring the literate, very energetic, youthful labor force into agriculture, which is providing 60% employment. So if they are not part of the 60%, what are they doing? That is a very, very serious question. What are the people we have taken to school who are not in agriculture, what are they doing? They are very familiar with the use and adaptation of digital technologies. But because now the majority of the farmers are 48 years and above, they are unlikely to adopt digital technologies. So we found that it was low among farming communities, and it may require more tailored products and services to potentially attract them, now the actual farmers right now. Also, most farmers are not organized in any group and miss out on the benefits of advisory and extension services, because this is the pathway through which extension is primarily offered. So the digital advisory services and the reduction of bias brought about by group membership cannot be overemphasized. We need farmers to be in groups so that they can actually access digital services when they are being offered and where they are being offered. Mainly because it is one of the ways that they can learn new innovations and practices that they need to adapt for them to be resilient in their production. But also another thing that we need to know is that the minimum age of 20 years and the maximum age of 101 years, an average farmer in Tanzania is 48 years. Of those farmers, only 8.3% were below the age of 30. We only found about less than 10%. Of all the farmers we visited in all those regions, less than 10% were youth. Most farmers were between the age of 45 and 59 years. So that one cannot be overemphasized. What did we find in the value chains that we looked at? Because we also wanted to look at what does it mean to be climate resilient and what technologies are available in each of the value chains that are of key importance to the economy in Tanzania. So out of agriculture, there are so many commodities, but there are key ones. And of course, we all know the importance of maize. We all know the importance of rice, beans, cassava, banana, coffee, tea, cotton, cashew nut, tobacco. And for livestock, we're looking at cattle, goats, sheep, pigs, and chicken. These are the most critical value chains because most of the farmers that we talked to were actually involved in these. We are not saying there are not others. The others are there, but these were the key ones that we found. So for staples, maize, of course, is growing in most parts of the country, in almost all agroecological zones we visited. And the primary production area, maize accounts for 31% of the food produced. Per capita consumption is quite high at 73 kilos per capita, and it's consumed by up to 80% of households. 20 to 40% is channeled to markets, and 12% is exported. 1% is kept for seed. It's the most important staple in the country, with 6.5 million metric tons produced annually, 80% produced by smallholder farmers. The yield gap between what the farmers get and what is possible is 77%. There's room for improvement in that one. I know Agra, they launched their strategy yesterday. These are now the things that we need to be looking at. Yield gap in maize is 77%. It's consumed by 85% of the population, contributes 75% of cereal consumption countrywide, and 16% of all household income is spent on maize buying. When we go to rice, it grows in Mbeya, Morogoro, Mwanza, Tabora, Shinyanga, Rukwa, who produce about 60% of total production. The area is decreasing at 3%. Area under rice is decreasing at 3% per annum. Per capita consumption is 25 kilos per capita. And the annual surplus is about 600,000 metric tons of rice. It's the second most important staple. 3 million metric tons are produced annually, 90% production by smallholder farmers, 74% produced in traditional rain-fed system, 20% produced in improved rain-fed system, and 6% produced on large-scale irrigated schemes. Average yield gap is 72%. Beans are growing mostly in the lake zone, southern highlands, and northern and western Tanzania. They are produced by 75% of the population, who also earn an income from them. 1.3 metric tons is produced, 7% of national arable land, and 78% of land is under legume. Yield gap is 48%. So at least there we are doing quite well. Per capita consumption is about 19 kilos and contributes about 17% of protein in all foods consumed. Cassava is growing in the lake zone, eastern zones, Mwanza, Geita, Ruvuma, Morogoro, Tanga, and the coastal regions. It is grown on about 853,000 hectares. Area under cassava is also decreasing at 4% per annum. Yield gap is 87%. And there's a growing uptake because of climate change effect since it's deemed drought tolerant. And 6.1 million metric tons are produced by about 1.9 million farmers. Average household land size is 0.4 hectares, and it's produced for human consumption mostly. It's a significant crop for food security. Banana grows in Kagera, Kilimanjaro, and Mbeya. 30% of the population is earning income from banana. It is consumed in households, most of it 70%, and then only 8% is sold, and it's sold fresh, and about 30% is used for local brew. It's the fourth most important staple for food and income generation, and the yield gap is more than 30 metric tons per hectare against the global potential, and it's the fourth most important commodity. It's produced by about 900,000 smallholder farmers. Yield gap is at 75%. While the picture doesn't look very rosy within Tanzania, but Tanzania is doing very well compared to other countries. It is a leading producer in the region of most of these commodities that we have. These 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, these 5, except for banana. Uganda is the largest producer of banana. However, the yields are still way below the optimum because, as you see, the yield gap, except for beans, is all of it above 70%. Meaning that the high production is now driven by increase in area as opposed to increased productivity. So we need to do something about increasing productivity for these commodities to increase earnings and livelihoods of several smallholder households. When we look at the cash crops, coffee is produced by about 90% of coffee is produced by smallholder farmers, and they produce Arabica and Robusta, and accounts for about 9% of exports. It grows in the mainland in Kilimanjaro, Meru, Songwe, Mbeya, Ruvuma, and Kagera. It's a perennial crop. Annual production is about 116,000 tons, and about 400,066 produce this crop, and land area is about 160,000 hectares. Tea grows in Tanga, Mbeya, Iringa, Mufindi, Njombe, and is produced by 38%. This one now is grown mostly by large-scale farmers. So only about 38% is produced by smallholder farmers, and it's only about 1/5 is consumed domestically. Most of the tea grown in Tanzania is exported. Cotton, land area under production is about 314,000 hectares. Sorry, farm size is about 0.4 to 40 hectares. Average yield is 1.3 tons. It's quite below the optimal yield. It's produced by about 152,000 households, and most of it, 90%, is produced by smallholder farmers. Cashew nut grows in the coastal areas in Lindi, Mtwara, and 90%. These are the places that produce 90% of cashew nut in Tanzania. Produced mostly by smallholder farmers, only 5% is processed locally. It is usually exported for processing in India and Vietnam. Tobacco is grown in 17 regions of the mainland, primarily in Tabora, Mbeya, and Shinyanga. And it is also produced mostly by smallholder farmers in these areas. And we have a few large-scale farms of these. These are major cash crops and export contributors. They are dominated by smallholder farmers, except for tea. Tea is the only crop that is produced by large-scale farmers, and Tanzania has a comparative advantage in production of these crops. So we just need to work on the production efficiency of these crops to catalyze farmer incomes and resilience. If we look at the livestock, cattle, goats, sheep, pigs, and chicken, these are of course mostly produced by smallholder farmers. 99.6% is produced by smallholder farmers. Cattle, goats, sheep, close to 100% actually. Only chicken is at least at 86% by smallholder farmers, and then 14% is by the large farms. So what do we want to say about the livestock value chains is that there is a lot of export potential for Tanzania. already exporting quite a bit of these, but also supports the livelihoods of about 1.9 million households, majority of whom are smallholder farmers. So investing in interventions that can improve productivity, resilience, and efficiency could be a catalytic economic growth and improvement for incomes for a critical mass of the population, because this is about 2 million people who are depending on these on this value chain for their livelihoods. What do you see as the major value chains? Now, this is in terms of climate. The challenges are described in terms of climate adaptation and resilience. Of course, the ones that are labeled high, those ones are really high. Then we have the medium ones, and then we have the low ones. So the high one, of course, is climate change and its effects, especially the risks of frequent droughts and periodic flooding. The severity is very high because they lead to water scarcity, rainfall variability, increased temperatures, and reduced crop cycles. The impacts have been increased livestock mortality, reduced pastures, and reduced water resources, increased pest and disease incidences, suboptimal productivity and quality of produce or products, low resilience of farming systems, and what we have also noticed from the research that we have done is that there's been a replacement of perennial crops with annual crops. Farmers are now cutting down what they call perennial crops, those crops that need to grow over long periods of time. They are now replacing them with annuals, shorter rotation crops, and they are also looking for drought-tolerant varieties. It comes or is manifested in things of during the mid of the season, rains disappear. They've planted maize, the rains are very good in the start, then in the middle when the maize starts to flower or to even start milking, the rains disappear. Same applies to rice, same applies to beans and all these things. Sometimes it is the reverse. They've planted, the rains are moderate, they're very good, crops are growing very well, and then suddenly out of the blue, there's a lot of rain that pours for weeks on end, flooding everything. I am sure all of you remember the recent floodings of the Rufiji Valley. We all saw those photos and we all held our hands on our heads. We were implementing the Karitu project, and we just saw partners' fields underwater for months. We had partners who applied for bankruptcy because everything was underwater: machinery, homes, cars, crops, animals, everything underwater. And even themselves, they couldn't reach the farms. So this is something that really need to start having serious conversations around, very serious conversations. And somebody told us, actually one of the partners told us that the river Rufiji rose to the highest levels since the 1960s. Water just turned up out of the blue. And it just kept rising and rising and rising and rising and rising and rising until everything was underwater. Everything. They could only reach their farm by boat. And even the boats at some point also, I think, capsized somewhere or something. It was really bad. So this is climate change. Frequent drought. We have all seen the droughts in the lake zone where you find whole crops of fields, maize, rice, sorghum, wheat, everything looking like those curtains. They become yellow like that. So when we're implementing those projects, you just look at the field and you're like, my goodness, what are we going to do? Then you start praying. Many prayer sessions for those crops. didn't work because they still turned even more brown. They turned more brown. They came from yellow to the other dust, the brown down. And you just tell the donor, you call Liza and you send him photos and you tell him, man, you just look at the crops. That is the first one. It is the one, in fact, we should have said very, very high severity. The next one is increased incidence of pests and diseases. You also, the fall armyworm. I don't know how bad it was in Tanzania. In Uganda, it was really bad. Did you also receive the locusts? In Uganda, it was really bad. We had to get institutions, international institutions under IGAD, which everybody had stopped even subscribing to start coming. I don't know what they call that program. It was called the Locust Prevention. It has a very long acronym. But all the member states had stopped paying subscription. And then they told us, you people, you haven't paid subscription for 20 years. So you need now to pay all the money with your own gas so that we can come and help you. So it was really bad. So all of us have seen these locusts. All of us have seen the fall armyworm, which was really, it destroyed maize very seriously in many places. It also increased prices, actually, of those staple commodities. And those prices have not gone back down, have they? Since that time, prices haven't gone down. They're still as high as they were. In fact, when they reduce by maybe 500 shillings and then they go up, Ukraine war. Then they come down, then fertilizer is lost, they go up. It goes down by 500 shillings and when it decreases by 2,000 shillings. So this is also something else, and we will see more and more epidemics, both among the humans, the livestock, and also among the crops, as climate variability becomes a reality. Of course, the impact is very high, and the most affected actually are cassava. We have a lot of incidents of brown streak virus. And we also have maize, especially with the borers and the locusts, and now the fall armyworm with banana, livestock, especially the ticks, and in regions near water bodies. This is as defined by the World Bank, that this is where we are seeing most of the impact happening. Access to finance is also an issue. The impact is high. Of course, now the banks now have seen that actually agriculture is really, really risky. It was risky before, but it is now more risky. So they are most of them are cutting back on lending to agriculture. And so, of course, the issue now, it is manifesting in high interest rates and collateral requirements. These days, if you go to say you're a farmer and you want to borrow, you will be requested to pay almost the interest rate of somebody doing trade. And you will also be required for higher collateral than would have been required previously. And of course, there are also lengthy processing times and a constraint to growth and expansion in the sector. And so we have high need for inputs and thus costs. We have limited access to financial services and knowledge, especially around adaptation and resilience strategies and innovations. And the impact, of course, is also high. So what the impact has been is that we have seen a slowdown in uptake of practices and technologies by small-scale farmers, because all they will tell you is, we can't afford those things which you're saying. We can't afford those things which you're saying. Because one of the things that all farmers now need to adopt is irrigation. But have we, all of us, looked at the cost of irrigation? It's very high. Just for you, Kuchimba that borehole, somebody will say, I want 10 million. Why? Yeah, because we have to do this, do the other, geological study maps, get permits, what, and then the cost is very high. So how many farmers, those small farmers, can afford actual irrigation services? The cost is very high. But if you look at countries like India and the way they have managed to actually improve productivity sustainably over long periods of time, is almost every farm is irrigated. Almost every farm. Every farmer has a borehole, they have a source of water. They are doing it in Nigeria. They are doing it in India is the only one that I know, at least, that has really embraced small-scale irrigation. They are doing it in China. All this is to build resilience at farm level and reduce reliance on rainfall. Rainfall variability is going to be a reality, and it is going to be even worse and worse and worse as the years go by. Have you looked at the temperatures these days in Europe? They are recording the highest temperatures they've ever seen, ever, since records started. Highest temperatures. And yet a few weeks ago, they were in the lowest temperatures. It was very, very cold, below 20, below what? And then when it became hot, it is so hot. It's an issue, really, everywhere. And therefore, extension services, and we need to actually bring all our extension services and start to re-educate them again about climate change and about adaptation to shocks, so that they can pass this knowledge over to the farmers. We still see that it is low. The extension to farmer ratio is very, 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 very high. You find that there's one extension service provider to more than, at least for Uganda, we found out recently that it was to more than 50,000 farmers, one extension person to 50,000 farmers. So I don't know what it is in Tanzania, but it is also not very good. So we have that, where we have one extension service provider having to deal with so many commodities for so many farmers, they become inefficient. And of course, the models where they were trained, they no longer apply. They now need new knowledge, new resources, and new skilling in order to be able to assist the farmers. Why? Because there are new things coming up. Fall armyworm, then the locusts, then the drought, then which other diseases, and they're happening for both livestock and crops. Okay, so now we have limited access to high cost of inputs. You all see how the fertilizer price has gone up because of the Ukraine war. Vaccines are also now more expensive. Agrochemicals are also more expensive right now. The impact is high, that we have high inefficiencies in production and suboptimal yields. We have poor road and transport and marketing infrastructure, but at least this is medium. Tanzania is doing much better than at least my own country. But you know, at least the government is working on road networks to rural areas and places like this. There's continued soil degradation. The impact is medium because many of the land, many lands in Tanzania are still relatively fertile, but of course there's also nutrient depletion that is happening. Farm labor constraints. Young people are not involved in agriculture. They are the stronger ones, and they are in the cities. What they are doing, we don't know. I don't know if they are the labor, of course, I'm sure the labor ministries and others are looking at what are these young people doing? How are they engaged economically? Because they are not in one of the biggest pillars of economic growth in the country. They're not in agriculture. They're not there. So where are they? Most importantly, what are they doing with the knowledge that they have? So we see that there is a farm labor constraint. A person who is 101 years, honestly, how much work can they do? They can't do a lot of work in the fields. And of course, now we found that in the year 2023, the average age of a farmer is 48. What will it be in 5 years' time? What will it be in 10 years' time? From all these constraints in the agricultural value chains, priorities for interventions at the production node should focus on addressing climate change, access to finance, effective disease and pest control, improving seed and input availability, improving extension services reach, frequency, and delivery, as these are ranked highest among farmers. This ranking was done by farmers. It was not our ranking. Because when you'd ask them, okay, when did you last receive an extension officer? When did you last access finance? Those people, they now ask us for a lot of interest. We don't have that money. When did you last see diseases? There are diseases even now. Let me show you. So this ranking was done by farmers, and therefore we need to look at how do we address these constraints that have the highest impacts on agricultural production. This is a snapshot of climate change in Tanzania, what it is now and what it will be in the future. The charts on the is not working. The charts on the left-hand side, they just show the mean temperatures, what have they been like over the years, and especially looking at, for example, since 1971 to 2021, we see that temperatures have been relatively average, but that average is moving up slowly but surely, as you can see in the lower charts, these ones here. While the rainfall pattern in the same period is very variable, you can see how it spikes, goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down, like that. So historical trends in the mean annual precipitation in the different zones between 1971 and 2021 is showing that there's been quite variation in rainfall. And in some years, like in 2005 and even 2017, you see deep in rainfall that has been received. The temperature is relatively normal, but it is that normality is going up slightly. So we are heating up slowly but surely. So over the past 50 years, the mean temperatures have increased by 1.04 degrees centigrade. The highest increase being in the northern Zanzibar and Lake Zone. But Zanzibar and the coastal zone have the highest mean temperatures, while the lowest is in Southern Highlands. It has been highly variable over the past 50 years. The mean precipitation has increased by 7.8%. Rainfall they receive. So that is on this other side of the chart. This is about temperature and rainfall. If we look at the projected changes in temperature and precipitation, you can see that this one, the one that is yellow is for temperature, and then the one that is in blue and green is for the rainfall. So in what is being projected, there will be an increase of by 1.4 degrees centigrade by the 2030s, degrees by 2070. That is temperature. So by 2030 is in how many years' time? 7 years, 7 years' time. Temperature from 1970 would have increased by 1.4 degrees centigrade. And by 2070, it is projected to increase to 2.1, by 2.1 degrees centigrade. Faster warming will most likely be experienced in the west and northwest. West and northwest is this other place, Sumbawanga, Ruvuma, Kigoma, that place in the west of Tanzania. And those ones will increase an additional 1.9 degrees centigrade relative to the coastal regions of 1.7 degrees. While the quite uncertain precipitation is likely to increase by 63%, by 6.3%. So the variation in rainfall will likely increase by 6.3% by 2070, with regional differences. Higher precipitation increases are most likely to be in the northeast, central, and northwest. Those places shaded dark blue. That's where the variation will be. So some places will be receiving higher rainfall, while others will become drier by the 2070. So we have greenhouse gas emissions have been increasing. And in 2020, about 195 metric tons of CO2 were produced in Tanzania, an increment from 2012. The main drivers have been net forest destruction or conversion into energy and other uses, farmland, and then enteric fermentation. We have now higher numbers of cows, goats, and whatever. That is what they call enteric fermentation. They release a lot of gas from the food they eat. And then, of course, production of energy. This one where we are converting natural resources into energy for human consumption and for industry. So CO2 is going up from Tanzania. So the summary of this slide is that with the observed trend, temperatures are expected to continue to rise, and rainfall variability is expected to increase and reliability to reduce as extreme events, droughts, become more frequent and severe. That's the need for concrete adaptation and mitigation strategies, especially in the zones that have been experienced and are expected to have the highest changes, i.e. Zanzibar and Southern Highlands. Those are the places that are predicted to have the most changes in the west and in the east of the country. What are the identified climate risks and vulnerabilities along the agricultural value chains? So here we are looking at what have been the hazards that they've experienced over the last 5 years. So this was data farmers were telling us, what have you experienced in the last 5 years in as you produce? And they have mentioned, I'll focus cashew nuts, maize, rice, beans, bananas have the highest vulnerability to climate change risks, which are impacts or affects yield, quality, and pest and disease incidents. On the other hand, crops like sorghum, cassava, and sunflower are more drought tolerant and less vulnerable to climate risks. So for those of us that are designing interventions in the agricultural sector, we need to start seriously promoting those crops which zitakazovumilia. Let me use the Kiswahili. I was wondering what to say. The ones that will have the highest survival rate, regardless of the changes, because the changes are going to happen. Those ones are going to happen. But which crops have the highest ability so that farmers can actually retain some level of normalcy in terms of income and livelihoods, even as they grow these crops. So, and we have also seen it because farmers are actually going out of perennials. Coffee, tea, those ones, they are leaving those value chains. They are slashing those ones and planting shorter, you know, a shorter variation crops as a coping mechanism. We're going to look at the coping mechanism. So in terms of regions, the northern region changes in and unpredictable length and onset of rain seasons and droughts. The central experienced floods, prolonged droughts, changes in length and onset of rain seasons, or the seasons were delayed, strong winds because of arbitrary deforestation. How many of you spent the night in Dodoma? You spent the night in Dodoma. Did you hear the wind howling in the night? I think somebody is crying or something. It was still there. I arrived at around 6. you could still hear, and it was really cold. Colder than I remember Dodoma to be. But that's because where they used to be are now reducing or non-existent right now. Because you know, trees, they help to reduce that howling sound. So you only hear the trees shh, shh, shh. But when the trees are now missing, so the wind is like, woo! Okay, so now Western have experienced droughts, floods, and shortage of rainfall. And that is, of course, because of change in rainfall patterns. They are becoming more and more unpredictable rainfall pattern, icy rains and hailstones, and increase in temperatures, especially in. So that one has been manifesting as droughts, mismatch between rain seasons and crop cycles. So farmers can plant thinking the season has started 2 weeks, and then they spend 2 months without rain. Okay. So for those of you need to keep an eye on these things. It's the reason why some business people are in this meeting. It is also very good for your own planning. So we have coastal and Zanzibar, shortage of rainfall compared to previous years, change in length and onset of rain season. This is manifested in flooding, strong wind, drought, and increase in temperature. In the lake zone, we have increased temperatures and prolonged droughts. These days, the dry seasons are slightly longer than they used to be. The dry season used to be about 4 months in the lake zone, about 3.5 to 4 months. These days, it can even go to 6 months to dry, completely dry. Okay, so in summary of this this slide on vulnerabilities, we need to know that from historic data, floods are a hazard and they are of most concern in Tanzania, followed by epidemics. However, farmers reported low or reduced rainfall and changes in rainfall seasons. The key informants and the focus group discussions cited temperature increase, droughts and rainfall related issues, and predictability and patterns and shortening as the most common effects that they've experienced. So in summary, the high dependence on rain-fed agriculture and low adoption of adaptation agriculture acutely vulnerable to climate risks, making it a high-risk venture for investments. While slight variations exist, the climate change risk or hazard experienced are the same across the regions. Therefore, initiatives are needed to de-risk the sector and build farmer resilience, and those should prioritize addressing reduced rainfall, changes, and predictability of rainfall patterns, drought, and increase in temperatures across the zones. So things like climate insurance is now quite important. And yet, as you will see later, it is one of the what has been the impact of these climate risks or hazards on farming activities? let me what has been the impact in terms of rainfall and droughts on farming activities over the past 5 years. People reported minimal, others moderate, others severe. So you will see that in the graphs on this side, severe is the red bar up there. Severe is the red bar. So you see some reported minimal. In the northern, the minimal and severe were almost, in central, it has been mostly minimal. In western, it has been a bit severe, plus also minimal, and some have said moderate. In terms of rainfall, it is more balanced in the southern highlands, where moderate, minimal, and severe. But for where they've reported the highest vulnerabilities and impacts on activities is in the lake zone and in Zanzibar, as you can see. That is now the first graph. Unfortunately, the pointer refused to work. This first graph up there, if you look at the lake zone and Zanzibar, that's where they've reported the highest severity on agricultural commodities. And that has been on rainfall and drought. Now, if you look at flooding in the coastal regions and in the lake zone, it is all severe. Okay, this is now the graph down here. Impact of flooding on farming activities over the past 5 years. If you look at the coastal region and in the lake zone, I already told you the story about Rufiji. Then they said it has been severe, very severe. It has been minimal in the coastal and in the western part of the country. Those are those two. In fact, we have some quotes from Dalfos, some of you are here, that after 3 years, there must be severe floods. With time, the situation might get worse if are taken. That's the Dalfo of our memory. Yes, this one we picked from you. The Dalfo of Kasuru in Kigoma said, because of the unpredictability of rains, at times farmers reach harvesting time and the rains start, which leads to losses because produce cannot be dried adequately. It is time to harvest maize and it is raining heavily. All the crops now start molding, especially maize. The Dalfo of Karatu, are you here? Karatu, Dalfo. No, Karatu is not here. Had this to say, the increased droughts have pushed households to migrate to areas like Tanga or other areas within their districts. This is the acting Dalfo of Karatu. People are even wanahama, they are living where they've been living and going to other areas where they can make a living. The Dalfo of Shinyanga, you here? Dalfo Shinyanga? Not here. Okay. That one now said, to cope with prolonged dry periods, farmers have increased the cultivation of crops they were not interested in, like sunflower and sorghum. Because all of us know that Shinyanga people, they like growing rice and maize, not so. Now, they are being forced to grow cassava, sunflower, and sorghum. Because these are the ones where they can at least plant and harvest something. Okay? While the others, for rice, if rice is milking and it is dry, you are going to get 100% loss. 100%. Yes, the grains will be there, but they will not be filled. It will just be chaff, only chaff. Okay? It's the same thing for maize. If they are grain filling, you'll find the cobs are there, but they have no seeds. No seeds. So this issue also now, the district agricultural officers are also seeing that, we need to do something. But for us to be able to do something, we need to plan and also reskill our extension officers. Because when farmers have problems, they run to their district officials first. And then now also, if the district officials have no remedies that they can quickly provide, where will the people run to? Okay. Now on the right, these are the impacts that have been observed. Impacts on this other side. Impacts have observed impact of climate change per zone. Like we have told you, others are migrating to other areas. Others have households impacted by loss of income, reduced income. Others have a worsening food security status of the home. So people are adapting. You see the coping mechanisms they are doing. Instead of eating 3 meals, they have now reduced to 1.5 meals per day to cope with the reality. Okay. So there is worsening food security status of households. There is increased severity of weeds and new weed species that were not there previously. There is reduced yield. There is incidence of pests, increased incidence of pests, and of course reduction in planting periods. So the no change is the blue. The migration to other areas is the light green or the green. So you see that in almost all the regions, people are migrating to other places because there's no region that they didn't have any green at all. All regions use that as something. They just go out. Security is also shown there, though that one is quite minimal for all the zones. And then there's severity of weeds and increased yield. That is the dark blue. If you see the dark blue, all of them are showing quite a significant portion of where they are noticing worsening in weeds and new. Reduced yields are the light blue. As you can see, everyone is reporting reduced yields for all the regions. Increased incidence of diseases. You can see everyone is reporting that one. And then a change in harvesting time is the white. Regions are reporting changes in harvest periods. And then the red, change in planting seasons. All regions are reporting changes in planting seasons. If we look at a projection to 2050, the cultivated area under banana, cassava, sorghum is projected to increase by 2.3% on average, and respectively about a reduction of 2.4% in maize area under cultivation. That is the projection up to 2050. 2050 is about 25 years from now, 27 years from now. Yields in most crops are expected to increase. The increment is expected to be lower for staples, except for maize, whose yield will decline by 7.7%. Now, when current yields now, and you see the decrease, because the decrease is already there now, you will notice that as the years go by, the decrease will become more and more and more until 2050. While for the others, there's expected to be an increase as now people, learn to do things better. The impact on livestock numbers and productivity is not likely to be significant. Nonetheless, the sector will likely be affected by rainfall increases, which may result in increased incidence of pests and diseases, and the drought effect on forage availability. So we all need to start thinking of making silage. Of course, when we talk to our brothers and sisters, they say, majani too. No, you can't. But we are going to see an increase where now people have to adapt. For example, in Kenya, they're already making silage. You can't have livestock right now in Kenya if you're not investing in silage production. Either you make it or you buy it. It's a reality in Kenya for livestock farmers. And for those who are not, they are losing their cattle and herds in massive numbers. Those who are still doing pastoralism, the conventional one that we know. Okay. In summary for this slide, the impact of climate risks on agricultural systems has been mostly on reducing yields and productivity, negatively affecting household food security and reducing farm income. This has made most farming households less resilient, and the projected trajectory is likely to follow suit if interventions to propel the uptake of adaptation practices are not implemented. Climate change adaptation practices and farmers are using. So these are the strategies that farmers are using. So on the left here, these are the practices or strategies now, and the degree of adoption is also shown here. So we have those from low. So you'll notice that they are using improved seeds, especially the drought tolerant varieties. This one they are doing very, especially for maize and other crops and beans and others. They are changing planting and harvesting times to be in tune with the and doing mixed cropping. Exactly. They are also increasing production of short-term crops, e.g. horticultural crops. So these ones are the to climate change that farmers are using. This is what they're doing. To some extent, water harvesting, small-scale dams, wells, ponds, and irrigation. Scale. Reducing the scale of production, especially reducing the stocking numbers for livestock. Maybe if they don't sell, the cattle or the sheep die, or they can't feed them through the long drought periods. They are also doing fodder conservation and pasture management, e.g. rotational grazing, and also looking at stocking rates. They are doing this to some extent. Some others are doing agroforestry. Others are doing crop and income diversification. E.g., now moving into crops they were never interested in, like sorghum. We're now seeing the area under sorghum increasing, mainly because now farmers have no choice. They're like, if I insist on maize, I'll keep getting nothing for season after season, so I might as well do the crop that is climate resilient. They are also migrating to other. This one I've already mentioned. They are really not adapting right now, or adopting to a very low scale. Is they are not using a lot the weather advisory service. I'm not sure how widespread provision of weather advisory services is, but farmers are not adopting it. They look at it, sometimes they get it, sometimes they don't get it, but they don't really, and yet we need to move them to that direction, where farmers are now planning according to the weather advisory. Farmers elsewhere do it. Actually, all farmers, like in developed economies, they follow the weather advisory very seriously. And in fact, they pay to get that information. They are definitely not doing, the ones who are doing insurance, crop insurance, are very, very low, extremely low. Crop rotation is also adopted to some extent, but not very much. Integrated soil fertility management, especially use of organic fertilizers and manure and others, also that one, the adoption is low, and composting and cover cropping is also not very highly adopted. This is the situation right now. We have some DALSOs who advised. The one of Kigoma, district of Kigoma DC is primarily known for its palm production. Since palm trees are a perennial crop, it's difficult to make changes in the short term. Nonetheless, sunflower has been introduced to the district to adapt to the limited rainfall. So this is also another adaptation strategy that at least the district officials are taking to at least build some kind of mitigation strategy for farmers. The other one, the agricultural officer, the senior agricultural officer from Bulu, mentioned that while extension officers are enrolling for weather advisory service alerts on their phones, farmers often use radio and TV. So instead of sending them via the mobile phone, maybe we should put them on the radio, which is actually being done, which is a good one, that farmers actually listen to the weather advisory over the phone, over the radio and the TV. From Kongwa, the DALSO says some farmers, especially livestock keepers, are migrating to areas near ranches, private ranches or government ranches, so that they can feed their animals at night. The DALSO from Congo, are you here? So we have farmers who are feeding their animals at night in the ranches. As a coping mechanism, there's no grass elsewhere. So the grass is in the ranch because they do rotational grazing. So where the other animals have grazed and they are full, these ones come at night and eat the other one. So as a coping mechanism, these things are happening, and you people are the ones who told us these things. Last but not least, some farmers tried using farming insurance for 1 year under the Climate Smart Agriculture Program in Dodoma, but was not successful. So we had a climate smart agriculture program. I think this was done by government under the national insurance, but it didn't work well. And it still didn't work well. What were the issues with it?
So good. It's the same applies as for contract farming. We had a problem with compliance. When farmers, the price is higher in the market regarding what they agreed with the off-taker, then there is a side selling. I think there was someone with true sorry, because we worked with pictures and sunflower contracts, but because of compliance, farmer brought down the company. So we have a problem. Perhaps we needed to invest more on educating farmer, the importance of contracting farmer and the insurance, but also insurance company should be also, they needed to comply with what they promised the farmers. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dalfo. So in short, farmers implement low-cost adaptation and coping strategies, changing planting and harvest times, improved varieties, intercropping, and increasing production of short-term crops to build their resilience against climate risks. Cost is thus a big factor that should be considered while designing interventions for climate-smart agriculture that engage smallholder farmers. They don't have a lot of money, but then it is their livelihoods and their lives literally on the line. So when a farmer loses a crop, they will remain down for a very long time. And so if there are no social security nets and no safety nets, people become destitute. So this is something that we all, as development practitioners and the private companies and all of us who are planning for our people here, we need to find strategies where we build safety nets for people. If there's a company that is offering insurance, and then they now, when it is time to cornering and changing goalposts, it becomes an issue. So the regulatory people in this room, we need to see how do we provide oversight so that farmers are protected. Because a smallholder farmer, when they lose, they really lose. They really lose. Because if they've gotten all their seed which they had kept last season, and then they even borrow a small loan to do labor, remember, the youth are not there. So there's a labor issue on the farm. So now this smallholder farmer goes to get a loan to get labor to farm. And then maybe pay an insurance voucher of 5,000. At least I heard about that one. It was about 5,000 shillings for a voucher. And then now when they lose a crop, they'll have lost the money which they got a loan on. They have lost the harvest. So they don't even have something to plant next season. They've lost what to eat. So people become destitute very quickly. And remember, these are already 45 years and above people. They become destitute in a very short time. So that resilience needs to be inbuilt in any strategies or any interventions that we are putting in place. These are the recommendations that the focus group discussions. We had individual farmer interviews and also individual interviews with other stakeholders, but we also had focus group discussions where we called together community leaders and a few representatives from the communities. And of course, we also reached out to some of you as key informants who are experts in your field. This is what you told us. In terms of current barriers to adaptation of climate change practices, the first one, ranked in that order, was that lack of required knowledge about context-specific adaptation. This is now the skilling aspect now of people. People are just not aware of, okay, if something like this happens, maybe we do this, maybe we do the other, at least there needs to be options. And if they can be costed and their cost-benefit analysis attached to them, that is even better. So that you give an informed decision. If a farmer comes to you, okay, now I'm seeing there's this issue, what do I do? Then you can give at least some advice that this option will cost you this much. The other one costs you this much. The other one costs you this much. Remember, farmers are cost sensitive. The second one is resource constraints, the high costs and time requirements to implement some of these interventions. Now, these are KIs telling us that it takes a long time and it is costly to invest in some of these technologies. There's limited access to improved quality varieties and seed. So that is also an issue. There's also the issue of limited access to required technologies. For example, for you to be able to meaningfully engage in some of these technologies available online, especially looking at the digital aspects of it, you need a smartphone. But that's the next slide. We're going to look at what is this, what is the smartphone penetration in Tanzania. And then there's skepticism among farmers. Some consider it risky to try something new for fear of failure and loss. So when somebody loses and keeps losing, they just say, okay, whatever I do will be lost anyway, so why should I try? So there is that apathy that creeps up among people who have been beaten for so long in many various ways. So people could stop trying. They just stop trying. They just say, whatever God will give me, that will be it. So that apathy is also there. You, the people that are working with these people, there's apathy. People are tired of losing. You lose this season, you lose the next season, you lose the other season. Then the animals die, then the chickens die, then the people start getting sick, then they also die. Okay? So the other one was unreliable markets for new tolerant crops and unwavering food habits. Reluctancy to take up more drought tolerant crops like sorghum in diets restricts markets to institutional buyers. We need to start packaging Vinod. We need to start packaging sorghum as a nutritious food so that the perception of people changes. Because people think sorghum is for animals. And yet people eat sorghum. And it's actually quite healthy as a food, as a grain. If we start talking to you about sorghum nutrition aspects, we'll spend all day. But sorghum is very nutritious. In fact, it could be even more nutritious, especially for all of you, my brothers and uncles in this room. That one now is for you to find out. Okay? Very nutritious. In fact, it is more nutritious than maize, which we keep eating all the time. Okay? So sorghum is quite good, but people are reluctant to eat it. Who eats sorghum? That is food for poor people. Am I that poor? Misiko maskini. And so so farmers are always asking, okay, you're telling us to invest. We just finished a project with Agra on sorghum in the Lake Zone. And we promoted very good varieties for sorghum. But we also need the local population to start eating the sorghum. If they can't sell it for the beer company, they should at least eat it. They don't want. I'm not poor. Did you see that I was very poor? I can't afford the ugali, so they don't buy it, and yet we need people to actually start developing new ways of thinking and new methodologies so that they can adapt quickly. So these are the ones you recommended that they should. These are the recommendations from all the challenges. These are now the recommendations. 1, invest in drought tolerant and early maturing crops and varieties. We need to start seriously, quickly starting to make them more attractive. No, if the maize crop fails, you try cassava, or you try sorghum, try sunflower or something like this. So that song needs to start to be sung. And all of us in this room have a role to play, all of us, to promote some of these crops that are more early maturing and drought tolerant. Water harvesting, as you saw previously, was not really done, but people, we need to start seriously teaching our people to harvest water and to store it. Because if the rains come, and then the water just flows and goes. And then in a few months' time, we have the same people looking for the water. And yet it could be stored. Tanzania is one of the countries that has irrigation experts, at least the ones I know. When we're looking for irrigation experts, they were all Tanzanians. We don't have so many elsewhere in the region, but we have several in Tanzania. We have irrigation experts. Can we take advantage of their expertise so that we start promoting those small scale water harvesting technologies? And they're there. People can even do those dams. They can do the whatevers. But we need to start investing in this. Of course, invest in irrigation. Though irrigation is quite expensive, more than $6,000 per hectare to irrigate. This is the cost of irrigation. I found it out because we had no choice. We had to do something. Then we found out that actually it is $6,000 to do those canals, the whatevers, and $6,000 to irrigate just 1 hectare, 2.5 acres. How much land is in Tanzania? That's why it is expensive. So when government tells you it is expensive, it is really expensive to do irrigation. But we have to start moving there, and especially also get private sector to start also investing. Because every time we reached out to private sector, they told us, no, that is government work. That is government work. You go to the government, they're the ones who do irrigation. But we need to start also private sector led irrigation. Eliza, we might need to talk about this one in interventions going forward. How do we promote private sector led irrigation? We did a pilot under CARI EA. It worked very well, but now we need to replicate the same in different areas. We need to improve infrastructure, of course, like drainage, bridges, and whatever, but this one, at least the government is doing quite well. But these are your recommendations to us. Avail weather and climate-related information to farmers. This is now the role of TMA, and I don't know if NEMC also does this one, but at least I know TMA does this one. We need to invest in agroforestry, reduce number of livestock. This has been a recommendation from your side, that the livestock is just too many. There are too many herds roaming around the country and damaging all kinds of infrastructure. So can we now start doing a managed range land management? That also is something else that we need to invest in, managing rangeland and stocks. Okay, so we also need to look at low-cost climate financing. There's a lot of climate financing that is going on, but it is quite expensive. I know there are institutions that give loans even for climate financing. I'm not so sure how the climate financing issue is still a bit cloudy. Even when people go for these COP things, you rich countries bring money, and then the rich country says we shall bring, and then they let us say no, we are not bringing. So it's like a ping pong going on around. And I don't know, Tia, maybe later on you can give us a few ideas on how this is working, because many of us don't have we don't have a clear understanding of how it works. We need to improve input accessibility by setting up outlets near farmers, improve extension worker farmer ratios. Can we also start to think about private sector extension service delivery, crop insurance, of course, and then capacity building and sensitization of farmers on climate smart and adaptation practices and technologies. These are the things that were recommended from the key informants. Of course, adoption of adaptation practices is likely to increase because of the severity of effects of climate change. So this is the downfall of Mbulu or Manyara. He actually told us that people will have to adapt, really, with no choice. So in summary, adaptation is crucial to minimizing impact of climate change in agricultural value chains. Farmers list knowledge gaps, resource constraints, limited access to required technologies, gaps in access to extension services as the main barriers to adoption of climate change adaptation strategies. Stakeholders believe that incentivizing farmers to adopt the use of drought-tolerant and early maturing varieties, water harvesting and irrigation, and availing meteorological and climate-related information may bring quick wins in adaptation to climate change. What is the role of digital tools in addressing climate risks. So we believe from all the things that we were finding out that getting timely meteorological data to actually help farmers have precise planning for their fields is key. To also enable decision making. So people like ISDA, can you consider reducing the $10? $10 is high. And we have, like, for example, an advisory to a farmer at $1 or $1.5. Is that possible to be done? Can private sector come alongside and provide at least some of this meteorological, but also crop specific data to farmers as alerts? And then we look at what can we do, because all of us here, we have a role to play in this one. Because at the end of the day, farmers feed us. Who doesn't eat food from a farmer? We all feed from farmers. Our jobs, our businesses, they all depend on those guys. And those guys are suffering seriously. So we all have a role to play to say, how do we safeguard the livelihoods of these people, so that in turn, we also safeguard ours. Okay? We have a role to play, all of us. And some of us here are decision makers. Can we start those conversations in those boardrooms, in those meetings where you sit, so that we put, can we have somebody subsidizing the cost of, like, for example, the ISDA services to farmers, because then they are charging $10 per advisory. $10 per advisory. It's very high. Okay. So we need to also provide early warning in case of hazards. Countries that are advanced have very advanced early warning systems. I don't know whether we have that in Tanzania as well. We have an early warning system for hazards when droughts are coming, whether we are looking at the Indian Ocean, what is that likely to produce in terms of severe flooding? How are we warning our people? We need to de-risk and manage risks in farming operations, especially with insurance. We need to provide information on adaptation practices. First, we need to reskill our extension service, all of it, so that they get on board with the new things, because climate change is now the new kid on the block. And there are things that come with it. That new kid comes with many other things. What are the skills available? What do our extension service providers know now? And what don't they know that they need to know? Okay, so we need those tools like drones, GPS, to enable precision farming, things like what ISDA is doing. ISDA is the only one I know. I don't know what DMA is doing, but I don't know whether you're an advisory, or I heard about you yesterday, so I don't really know what you do, but maybe in the World Cafe, you need to give us those ideas, because we are going to bring these questions back. We're going to do a World Cafe after this presentation. We will not do groups. People are already tired of the long presentation, but we'll do a World Cafe. You get to move around, give us ideas. How do we implement this one? Because us as Kilimo Trust, we have ways of getting some things to some tables so that this conversation start. Okay, but also I believe people like Vinod, with your meetings that you're going to have later this week, can we start those conversations in those boardrooms? Can we have people from the ministry starting to, you're planning now for a new cycle. It's the new financial year, it has just started. Can we start having those conversations on how do we start to build resilience for our people as we go forward? Agra, you just launched your strategy. In the new proposals and projects that are coming up, can we have one specifically targeted? I know you're very keen on greening. The greening aspect of businesses, that is good. But can we also twerk it to help our farmers be more resilient? Because if they disappear, we also will disappear somehow. Okay, so provide information on adaptation practices, address the challenges of low extension staff-farmer ratio, allow input and output market linkages, provide the customized advice on crop types to grow, and also provide timely data on impacts. We believe these ones can help farmers to adopt the risks to the risks of climate change and improve their resilience. So digital tools in climate risk management play a crucial role in helping farmers improve their productivity and resilience through early warning alerts to climate change effects, to inform planning and decisions and providing information on other aspects to enable adaptation. Some of the information can be accessed through digital tools, especially like meteorological data, crop cycle alerts, advisory services on GAP, and access to inputs and insurance can be done digitally. What is the digital landscape? Now that we know that the digital tools can help with adaptation practices, what is the digital landscape and infrastructure in Tanzania? If you look at that black box, it has several colors. We have green, we have purple, we have blue, and we have orange. Now, in terms of infrastructure, the blue is on infrastructure. So network coverage in the whole country reaches about 65% of people. The performance is still a bit low, it's at 33%. That is the performance, meaning how effective it is if you make a call that the call will go through on the first try. So the performance is at 33%, and then the spectrum covers about 82%. But if you look at affordability of mobile data, affordability is only ranked at 35%. Handset affordability is at 32%. Taxation is quite high, it's at 40%. The handsets, these ones, taxed very highly. So this is the GCMA Mobile Connectivity Index. It looks at these four aspects. So it looks at what is available, how affordable is it, what is customer readiness to pay, and what is the content and services available for people. If you look at customer readiness, the basic skills for customers to quickly look at adopting quickly to the whatever, it is at 53.7 for Tanzania. Gender equality of how many men and women use, so the gender gap in mobile ownership is at 46.5 or 47%, and then mobile ownership is at 48%. All indicators have been normalized, and of course, we have a gender gap in mobile internet as well. Only 18.8% have a mobile internet on their phones. So when you go to look at the availability of 95% access 2G population coverage, 83% access 3G, 55% access 4G, 0% access 5G. Okay, there are some very few people. But when you take the normal distribution of the 65 million people, they are at 0%. Actually 0.0. The answer was, in fact, when we were looking at it, was like, huh? 0? But there are people with 5G. Actually, we had a discussion around it as a team. We said it can't be 0 because 5G has been introduced in Tanzania. But the people on it are so few. And they are only in the urban centers. I don't even think 5G is here in Dodoma. I think it's only in Dar and Arusha, you know, those places where, you know, there is hype and life happening. That's where 5G is. But the cost of the machines, huh? You know, all the phones, okay, not all the phones, maybe some of you have 5G enabled, but if you're on Samsung or Apple, you need permission. You need permission from the manufacturer to connect to 5G. So now a smallholder farmer, honestly, what is that? Okay. So when we look at the Inclusive Internet Index, Tanzania is at 98th position. I don't know out of how many, but they're at 98th. Mobile broadband coverage is at 83%. Internet usage is at 46%, internet penetration is at 50%, mobile broadband connection is at 68%. So active mobile subscriptions are 54 million, which is 57% unique subscribers. Unique subscribers are those ones with more than one line and across networks. Those are few, 57%. Mobile phone penetration, 98%. 95% of the urban and 67% of the rural households have at least one mobile phone. And then in the urban areas, 74% and 11% of the rural households have access to internet. Now, the national ICT broadband backbone extends over 7,500 kilometers in regions and districts across the country. And the fiber consortium of Airtel, Tigo, Vodacom, and Zantel has constructed 400 kilometers of metro fiber in Dar, Dodoma, Morogoro, Mwanza, and Arusha, as well as 1,500 of backbone fiber, linking the major cities of Dar es Salaam, Dodoma, Arusha, and Moshi. So you can see where the coverage is. Arusha, Morogoro, Dar es Salaam, Dodoma, Moshi, Mwanza. But this is not where only the farmers are. Farmers are in Ruvuma, Shinyanga, Mbeya, Njombe, Songea, and those ones are not mentioned in the national ICT broadband. You have seen, eh? Those ones are not mentioned at all. They are nowhere to be found. Okay. So, in a summary for this slide, mobile technology is a key driver of digital transformation in Tanzania. It enables last mile connectivity for people without access to fixed network infrastructure, that is the fiber. And while the convenience and affordability of mobile devices relative to other communication devices enables personal connectivity, significant progress has been made to improve connectivity. But those who have been connected don't have access to meaningful connectivity as they rely on 2G or 3G networks. You can even see here we are on what? Is it 2G or 3G? Anyone knows? Is it 2G? It's 3G. Yes, that's why our online people were not even hearing us and things like that. We are in Dodoma, but we are on 3G. We don't even have 4G here in the middle of the city. So that is an issue. And now, so especially in rural areas, which affects the speed and quality of services they receive, digital interventions need to consider this infrastructure and coverage to custom tailor the products. So most farmers actually are not part of these things we are talking here. They are not. So this is now the digital landscape among farming communities. Farming communities at least own a mobile phone, 98%. Except in Zanzibar and Western zones, where most farmers owned only one device, a cell phone, majority of farmers owned at least 2 device types. They had a mobile phone and a radio. Mobile phone ownership was similar across the zones, while for the rest of the device types, Lake Zone, Central, and had the highest population that had the radios and TV ownership. Only 3.3% of farmers are sharing a phone with others, especially spouses. So if you look at this graph down here, this one, it shows who owns a radio, a TV, and a mobile phone. So the red, you can see the ownership of mobile phones is evenly distributed, okay, across all the zones: Central, Western, Southern Highlands, Coastal, Zanzibar, and the Northern. Now, when it goes to a radio, you will find that the Northern and who are these ones? and the Lake Zone, those ones have the highest number, and maybe the Central Zone have the highest number of radios. Those lines touch the percentages. The corners, the polygon touches the percentages. Now, when it comes to a TV, the Central people have the highest, then they're at 60%, and people with the lowest at the people with the lowest at less than 10% are in the Western Zone. Western Zone, Ruvuma, where those ones, Kigoma, that side of the country. They have very few TVs. Now, when it comes to tablets, tablets is the smallest one in the middle. It is even the people who have the highest number are below 20%. Okay, but at least people have this mobile. They have mobile connectivity. So mobile ownership among farmers by gender, by zone, it of course shows that men have more of these gadgets compared to women. So the men are the blue ones, and then the light blue are the females. So I think it is highest among females in the Western and lowest among females in Zanzibar. Okay. So out of the farmers that own phones, 70% were males and 30% were females. There exists a gender gap in mobile phone ownership. And of course, it is wider in Zanzibar than in other areas. So ownership of digital devices and knowledge of use are prerequisites for integrating digital technology into agriculture. Most farmers own at least one digital device, the most common being a mobile phone, followed by a radio. This provides a starting case for incorporating digital technologies in agriculture. Okay, so the quickest way to reach farmers is through their mobile phone. The next quickest way is through the radio. The others are touch and go because they are not as evenly distributed as those two. So digital landscape among farming communities, as in use, how are they using what they have? If you look at this pie chart here, 98% own a phone. And then the other 2% don't own a phone. But the usage, now you see the green, okay, I don't know. Can you see the light green circle? The light green circle shows the feature phones only, and they're at 79% ownership. Out of the 98, 79%, almost 80% are feature phones. Yes, it's a mobile phone, but it's a feature phone. It doesn't have these touch screens, or it cannot connect to the internet. It can't, it's just for receiving a phone call and SMS and things like this. Yeah, and mobile money. That is it. So if you look at both a mobile phone and a feature phone, that was 8% who had. And then those who owned only smartphones are about 11%. Okay, so the phone usage, device type and usage, device type used to access digital services, advisory, transactions by farmer. You see that again now this is the graph on the left. So the red is the mobile phone where they are receiving access to digital services and they're also conducting transactions. The next one is the radio, the TV is the next one, and then the tablet is the least used to access advisory services. So most farmers only own a feature basic phone. 8.4 owned both a smartphone and a feature phone. And that one was commonest in the Lake Zone and in the Northern Zone. Those ones at least have both. Only 19% of farmers, only 19% own a smartphone, with similarity across the zones. Again, it's the national value of 27% who own smartphones. The mobile internet-enabled devices ownership is a major cost and usage. Younger farmers had higher ownership of smartphones, of course. Okay. Then besides the basic use, receiving and sending texts and calls, most of the phones were used for transactions, sending and receiving money. Unexpectedly, more farmers with feature phones used them to access extension information than those with smartphones. So even though they had feature phones, but at least they were using them to access extension services. They would receive SMSs. Okay, people, is it time to plant? Yes, it's time to plant. Okay, do you apply this one over the feature phone? So in a nutshell, while mobile phone ownership was high, most farmers had feature phones. The wide use of feature phones is a limiting factor for access and benefit from digital services, because most digital platforms require functionality of a smartphone or at least an internet-enabled device. Investment in digital tools for climate adaptation may require innovative approaches that factor in these limitations. These are now the digital advisory services. Okay. These are now the digital platforms that we found. This one I will not spend a lot of time on it. Oh, please, next slide, Robert. These are the digital solutions that we found. We had M-Clima, we had the fertilizer subsidy system, we had the cooperative supervision management information system, we had Ugani in Kijaganji, Kiganjani, yes. Then Agroxy, we had Mazao Hub, we had weather forecast app, we had the agriculture routine data system, we had the agri apps, we had the cow platform, the iCow platform, the event mobile application, we had the monitoring system for transboundary foot and mouth disease, we had the ESC youth agribusiness app, we had the agriculture WhatsApp groups, we had Agroville, virtual agronomist, farm beta, DMA, Wakula digital and Yara, Wakala digital and Yara connect app. So these are the ones that are existing right now, the current active digital agricultural solutions. This is what we have. And by all means, if you know more, we would like to beef up this list. But this is what we actually found is available. In terms of accessing of digital advisory services, we see that on the polygon this side, we see that those that access the most digital services were in the western, followed by those in the central, then also we had those in Southern Highlands, and then there were Leaf and Lake Zone. So those are the ones that they were accessing. So that's the distribution of accessing digital services. And they were accessing services on now those dots, those blue dots, on output markets, input markets, insurance, pest and disease warning, finance related, and others. And if you see the avenue for receiving digital advisory services for farmers, they were getting only 4% was getting from the website, others from the WhatsApp groups, 10%, others from voice messages, that was 8%, SMS was the highest at 78%. So most farmers receive their digital advisory services via SMS. So there's a growing acceptance of use of digital agriculture services among farmers, with the main avenue being SMS or through the USSD. Given the technology constraints of farmers, they have feature phones. It is evident that less than 5% of farmers receive climate-related information, which indicates the earlier alluded gap. So even when they are getting information, they are receiving information on pests and diseases, they are receiving information on finance, input markets, output markets, and insurance. But we hardly found farmers receiving climate-related information. So majority of information received by farmers was information on inputs and output markets. So they wanted to know where are the inputs You people, do you know where I can get this variety of maize? Okay, go to this one. Less than 5% received climate-related information. That is what you need to summarize from this slide. When it comes to the advisory services, what is limiting the advisory services, and what advisory services are they currently subscribing to or receiving, and on what device? So if you see this graph now, this one, this polygon on this side, they are connecting any device with internet connection, regardless whether it's a phone, whatever. Others are using a smartphone, but the smartphone is only in the blue. So the blue is where they are connecting via the smartphone. And you can see that none of them is reaching more than 20% connecting by smartphone. The other is the feature phone. The one in the red is the feature phone. What are the key barriers to agricultural digital services? And this is what people are saying, that there is poor network. The network is poor. Now I'm on the graph. The red is poor network. The pink is lack of information. They are not aware at all, completely. The others, it's high cost. It is very expensive to get this information. And even when they get it, they have to pay for it. So the cost is high. The other one is lack of a suitable device. So you can see it is almost evenly distributed, the lack of even device. That is the dark blue, is the lack of a suitable device. The light blue, limited skills to access the information. And then lastly, some people say the services available are irrelevant. They said the services available are irrelevant. They don't address any of their needs. So the services are available, but they are irrelevant to them. So the key barriers, a lack of suitable devices, that one was quite high costs to procure the device and maintain access by buying internet bundles and knowledge gap. Key informants state the additional barriers are some farmers are illiterate, there's poor network connectivity, low internet speeds, language barrier for some farmers, especially in the northern zone, because they only operate in their local language as opposed to Kiswahili. And then there are social and cultural values that have created a gender gap in registering for platforms. So you find some women don't register because apparently, I don't know whether they are not allowed or they are not they are not available they are not allowed or they are not available. We just don't know, but there's a gender gap in registering on platforms. Most farmers learn the use of digital platforms by self-instruction, followed by guidelines. And of course, the platforms are available. The ones on the previous slide, they need a smartphone. And only 25% of farmers are paying for the service. And those are especially in the Lake Zone, Southern Highlands, and the Northern Zones. What are the observed impacts of the digital agricultural services that farmers mentioned, or even key informants? They say there's increased uptake of good agricultural practices and improved inputs. There's increased extension service access. There's reduction of workload in extension service staff and other value chain actors. There's increased resilience among farmers. There's increased access to markets, increased knowledge and awareness, and increased access in input application from the digital services that are available right now. So most of the current digital platforms for agriculture are misaligned with the context because they require an internet-enabled device to be accessed, yet the majority of farmers, the intended beneficiaries, do not own such devices. So there's that inherent barrier to uptake the digital advisory services from the current platforms available. What are the stakeholder perceptions on the digital agriculture devices among farming communities? So these are what people think, the other stakeholders. So we have here that more males than females are registered and receive digital services, not necessarily because there are barriers for women, but in most cases, the spouse of the female farmer will avail himself to get registered on behalf of the household. That is in Lake Zone. When you come to the coastal, agriculture digital services are increasingly accessed by most farmers, although uptake is slower paced for women because of not being much proactive, and they are reluctant to know and try new things. The pace is a bit higher for young women. That's in the coastal zone. In Zanzibar, there are very few young farmers who are active in agriculture. Yet the older farmers, who are the majority, are not using digital agriculture applications and platforms. When you go to Southern Highlands, there's a general limited awareness on the use and access of digital advisory services, and digital services are quite costly, especially the ones that require access to internet and use of smartphones. That one we've already mentioned. Let me see where I haven't read at all. So in the northern zone, the level of accuracy of information provided by Mkulimo is high. If the proper question is asked and is driving more farmers to want to try digital advisory services, that is in northern zone. Let me read I'm reading just one comment per zone. So more males than females are registered to receive digital agricultural services, mostly because they own the productive resources and also the digital services. That is in central zone. So what are the takeaways from here? We need to reaffirm that there is significant gender gap in access to digital advisory services in favor of males due to societal cultural constructs. The success of the Mkulimo or Mkulima actually platform has driven increased openness and awareness about the agricultural services. And so future efforts need to emulate the Mkulima approach or look to integrate it. What is the business case? So for the digital climate advisory services, there are about 57% of farmers using digital agriculture services already. We have seen the benefits at farmer level, that it improves productivity, profitability, and production efficiency. There is willingness of about 73% of surveyed farmers to pay for the digital climate advisory services. So they think that it is worth investing time in, because the other actors also see, and for the other actors, it's operational efficiency and cost effectiveness. But how do we now get the ball rolling to start catalyzing the climate adaptation through digital technologies in Tanzania? One, we need to see that at least those who own a mobile phone and another digital device, radio, are also brought on board to receive the climate smart agriculture advisory services. So, for example, for Mkulimo, which is already available and farmers already are aware of it, we need to increase its reach and also back it up and make sure that other farmers take it up, because there are not very many who are on this platform. There are few, and of course, the issue that it is backed by government is also an issue. This needs to be provided by private sector to make it more sustainable, but it is being driven by government. How do we make this sustainable is one of the things that we need to start asking. Network coverage is available, but the national ICT broadband, which is also available, can be extended so that we increase the penetration to other areas. And then also decreasing the prices, though this might not work, but maybe we could decrease the price on the smartphones or the taxes to make sure that farmers, more and more farmers, can actually access mobile phones that are smart enabled or that are internet enabled. Most of the digital climate smart agriculture advisory services are subsidized or free and run by public, donor, or development partners or private sector. This also needs to, we need to see how do we make them more sustainable, because these platforms are there, but they are run on donor funding. Once the donor funding runs out, that is it. So we are making a few suggestions. This map is about the commodities farmers are engaged in. The size of the bubble shows the reach of farmers. So the bigger the bubble, the more farmers there are. Now, if you look at the incomes that farmers receive from these commodities that they grow, on the x-axis here, we have incomes. On the y-axis, we have farmers that are producing, or how many are producing. Now you see maize has a very big bubble. The only problem with it is the income from maize is very low. Okay, the reach is big, but the money is low. Now you look at a bubble like pineapple or tomato up here. The farmers who are involved are few, but the income from tomato is very high. Okay, so how do we strike a balance between increasing the reach of a particular commodity? Because as we all know that high value commodities provide more income, and therefore a farmer might be more willing, might have more disposable income to buy a smartphone. Why? Because they are growing a higher value commodity. Okay, this should be seen in the context of everything I have said. We have many farmers that have a phone, but the phone is a feature phone and it doesn't have internet connectivity. But for them to be able to access and benefit from services of especially climate smart agriculture technologies that are being disseminated over the digital platform, they must have a smartphone which is connected to internet. But they will not be able to do it if what they are doing doesn't ILIPI. Because sometimes, actually many times, maize farmers make losses. Many times the gross margins for maize are negative. This is what we have found for a very long time. Gross margins for maize and many of these traditional crops are negative many times. And if you added a shock like a drought or floods, they just die actually. Okay, so there's need to move many more farmers to these higher value commodities: tomatoes, pineapples, tea, tobacco, onions, cloves, potatoes, sugarcane. These value chains that can give them more income, because when they have more income, then they can better afford to invest in climate smart agriculture adaptation practices like irrigation, like water harvesting, like mobile phones, where they can access information via their digital, via a digital platform, because the digital platforms are there and they are giving a wealth of information. But that information, you cannot access it if you don't have a mobile device that is internet enabled. So we have that Pandora's box, that on one side, majority of farmers are in the other value chains. They are in maize, they are in sweet potatoes, they are coffee somewhere in the middle, they are in cotton, they are in cashew nut, they are in sunflower, actually the sunflower, banana, beans, maize, cassava, rice. That's where they are. But the margins on these crops are very low, and they will become lower and lower as effects of climate change begin to bite seriously. So how do we say, okay, if you're doing rice, can you also adopt maybe some potatoes? Can you also adopt some pineapples? Or can you grow something else that can also give you more money, more disposable income, for you to be able to access the information that can help you to be more resilient? Okay, so farmers producing higher value commodities were more willing. That's what we found out. Farmers growing higher value commodities were more willing to pay for digital advisory services as opposed to those whose main source of income was a staple crop. Next, most of the commodities that have a great reach of farmers generate low value for farmers or per farmer, e.g. maize. So mostly are driven by their suboptimal productivity and low value per unit. So the value is low. So even when you tell a farmer, please buy a mobile phone, I don't know the cheapest, which is internet enabled. I don't know how much it costs here in Tanzania. How much does it cost? 50,000? 150. Okay. Now, for a farmer to be able to afford a mobile phone of 150,000, they need to have made a profit of at least more than 1 million shillings. Not so. Because they have to get that, you know, because they will see a smartphone as a luxury. They consider it a luxury. They'll first pay for school fees, pay for food, pay for the inputs for next season. Then what remains is the money they have available. So they can only do that if somebody sells a hectare of tomatoes and a hectare of rice. That definitely does not make the same amount of money. Not so. It is so, not so. So we just need to see how do we get our farmers more onto the left side of the curve and reduce their reliance on the right side, because that is the only way they will be able to become more resilient. That's the only way they'll be able to afford information which will make them more resilient. That's the only way they can invest in technologies like rainwater harvesting and irrigation that helps them to be more resilient. Okay, so my time is up. These ones, I think I've already talked about them. Recommendations. That's my last slide. I've jumped to the other one, but it's okay. I've already talked about most of the things. So the recommendations. The developed digital climate adaptation strategy platform should consider the following. This is now what we are recommending from this study, and from all the things that you told us. These are our recommendations. That the platforms should be more simplified and user-friendly with last-mile solutions, most preferably those that are SMS-based, which don't need an internet requirement, to provide real-time information with a two-way interactive surface to enable farmers get customized information as opposed to the general current information. Because they just get information, wow, it's just a push, but there is never that interaction with the system. In cases where a mobile app or online portal or web-based platform is considered, one should engage a third party who is in proximity to the farmers, like a village-based agent, but has an access to an internet-enabled device. So that is the model now we are testing with AgriPath. So that at least this person can provide information to this farmer, but from the internet. Who can get information from the internet and provide this? And this one we are implementing a program called AgriPath, where we are testing what is the best extension model for digital services. People already have trust in the mClima platform. So we need to build on this to increase reach, support, and also customize content while integrating comprehensive real-time climate information would be quite a low-hanging fruit. Integrating radio airings as part of the digital climate agriculture strategy platform as a supplement to the main platform is likely to generate more uptake of information because of the wide reach and coverage of radios. Exposure avenues like the use of WhatsApp would also allow farmers to exchange information, share voice recordings, videos, and images in user-friendly way, as is the case in Zanzibar. So in Zanzibar, they do a lot of WhatsApp. to receive information. All information disseminated through whichever platform should be simplified to the basics to enable uniformity and understanding of what is being provided. So in a nutshell, most of the digital climate agriculture system or strategy being implemented are subsidized by donor or upfront company investment. So the business case is not very good. However, with the growing need for this extension, farmer ratio that is not likely to change overnight, and the willingness of farmers to take up and pay for it, because some farmers are willing to pay, it may be worthwhile to invest for the private sector, especially if the upfront company or investment nodes such as inputs or processing or trading can be integrated. It comes as a bundle with other services. So in the short run, it may be the case for the public and donor development agencies to continue, but in the long run, we need to anchor these strategies in private sector. With so very many words, asante sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Thank you very, very, very much, our superwoman Rachel Ajambo. We'll give you a gentleman clap to appreciate. Wow, I feel like you have represented many women in this room, and you are more than even men. So, yes, thank you very much. We'll give her a gentleman clap. 3, 1, 2, 1. Just like that. So we do that. Okay, we'll count. 1, 2, 3. Let's start. Thank you very much. Oh, that was very heavy, informative, and interesting at the same time. Very interesting. I know there are people that have questions. They have like rules, but it's very limited. Very limited. Well, maybe we allow a very few questions. I'll be very mean to this. How many have questions? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. We take questions. Well, where do we start? Okay, yes, Ferdinand.
Okay, I really appreciate for in-depth presentation, and it has been an opportunity actually for me to learn on what happened. I would say the study was conducted very well, generally to say, and I appreciate. It's not questions, actually. I had like 2 things observed during the presentation. One thing I would say, probably because I'm coming from horticulture industry, I feel that when you did your study, you missed some in-depth information from horticulture value chain. So I don't know if you can revisit and do it, because as you mentioned, I like when you mentioned at last moment when you compare crops. That's very true, and even other crops. So maybe I don't know how you do it. Maybe you can look by value chain and try to add some information from the horticulture industry. I understand, as you mentioned, that in the horticulture industry, people are adapting technology than the other sector. But still, you find that if you look at the perspective of commercial advantage, instead of the big number of population maybe doing on certain value chain, you will get more information in the horticulture because it has its own way. And even the government now realize that even if the growth in the agriculture sector is 4% per annum, still they realize that horticulture growth has been 11%, which is 2 digits, while the agriculture in general is 1 digit. So people are moving now to horticulture. We have not mentioned some key crops. For example, you are mentioning that people are taking out coffee and whatever, going for non-perennial, but in some areas like in Njombe, they are moving from some perennial to other horticulture perennial. For example, they are moving from pines, which is a tree crop, and then they are going for avocado. So such aspects can be considered as well. And then when you mentioned about the digital aspect, like you mentioned the several number of digital platform, I missed one thing. I think it would be good maybe if you segregate for the normal platforms, which maybe covers other aspects, and then you segregate it from the one which are climate smart. Because I have started asking myself, like the algorithm, they are so pure market focused. Then I'm asking myself, how are they contributing to the climate smart? Maybe if I try to find from afar, that's where I can get, but they are more focusing on market. But the others, I agree, they will give you information about what's likely to happen. They will give you maybe the moisture level and whatever. So I thought maybe you can segregate instead of putting them in a lump sum and then generalizing, it helps. So that were my 2 comments. They were not questions. Something I felt that maybe you can add and then enhance the results of the report. Thank you. What's next? Yes, please.
Thank you for a very nice observation. I think the questions, the observation, the suggestions have been captured. Yes, it has 2. One on the aspect of horticulture, but it has, I feel like it has been a bit left behind. Of course, we picked some of the representative crops from the horticulture. Maybe we didn't pick that covers in our wide area. But again, yes, the observation has been well taken. And of course, he also feels like the digital we have mentioned, they're not like very directed to climate issues. Some, not all, some. Yes, we'll look into it, but probably they are contributing too. You know, some are even giving us like, what are the short-term varieties that have been recommended can be obtained, can be easily accessed where. We look on that again. Probably they're also contributing if they're getting it. What are the, probably the adapted varieties to the climate change we are seeing? We are looking at it again, that, okay, probably they're adding into. Yes, we are really, we do appreciate your comment, especially looking at what are the kind of like direct giving us the interventions to cope with the climate issues. But again, what are the others that are kind of like adding to it? But thank you very much for a very nice observations. We had other hands. Oh, yes.
Yeah, mimi nashukuru. Nilikuwa na observation tu, sio kwenye maswali. Kwenye eneo la kwanza, wakati wa presentation yake alizungumzia mikoa inayozalisha kahawa, lakini aliskipu Kigoma. Nataka nimpe tu taarifa za Kigoma kwenye uzalishaji wa kahawa. Ya Kigoma, tuna Kigoma DC na Buigo. Kwa msimu uliopita tumeuza zaidi ya tani 150,000, na sasa hivi tunachoendelea nacho, tumeintroduce mbegu ya compact, na sasa hivi tuna wenzetu hawa TCD na Takri wametupa kampuni ambayo ni mnunuzi. Sasa hivi tuna kitalu chenye miche ya zaidi ya 4,500,000 ambayo mwezi wa 9 tunaanza kugawanya kwa vijana wameanza kuingizwa kwa hiyo ambayo intervention ambazo zimeendelea kufanyika. Nashukuru.
Thank you very much. These were the contributions from farmers are at the average of 48 years. So now the question is, where are these youths? Probably are these one we are seeing in Boda Boda, or where are they? And the graduates and whatever, where are they? Now we need to answer these questions. Where are these youths? Yes, we have another question, interventions from Vinod Kalibu.
Are we having this further discussion, or this is the last round?
Yes.
This is the last round discussion.
Hello. So
this is the last round, eh?
I don't know if there is other question. Yes, there is.
First, before I chip to the decimal suggestion, what is our sample size? If I am missing somewhere, madam, what was the sample size for this exercise? Roughly, if it is not like accurately. Yeah, please help me.
Yes, for the farmers, we interviewed around 840 smallholder farmers, and also we did around 42 key format interviews in the country, and also we did around 42 focus group discussions. Thank you.
Okay, and time frame, you run it for how many days, this program altogether?
Yes, it's a 4 months consultants.
4 months, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's good, okay. They have given me very small time. Let me be very honest with you. And it's tremendous job, because the single thing I'm trying to achieve for last 4 years, the more deeper, the more grassroots level we are going, this whole scenario is changing. For example, the moment you have this 800 farms per month, the 800 will, the moment you will take it to 8,000 or 10,000, you will see that most of the findings will go lower side negatively. Like let me give you interesting fact, okay, regarding rice farming, okay. Initially, normally we pick the benchmarking data from SSO, National Statistical Survey, or from the Ministry of, or from the ICT. But those are done in general. It's not crop specific or value chain specific. So that farmer point of view, the literacy point of view. So what I realized, farmers who are 45 plus or 50 plus, so they are literate, but if you go and present in Swahili, they cannot read, but they are still, you know, such kind of farmer on a digital. That's why this TV or video this lighting companies, mobile companies, they are so successful because they produce a lot of money. Similar thing when we did it from last almost 2.5 years around the farming area, because most of the crops there are a lot of data. Okay, let me give you example of rice. there is one set of researchers, officials, private sectors, they say there is 1 million hectare plantation of rice. There's another set of researchers, farmers, or the commercial trading groups. They say it is 600,000 hectares. So it's a huge gap, 40%. And it comes to anytime. That is the reason that when you pick that 1 million hectare planting, your figure is coming 3 million metric ton. But when I pick it that 600,000 hectare planting area, or Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security or NFRA or Central Produce Board, when we go all together to buy, we don't see that much volume available. So it comes like somewhere 1.82 million metric ton. So and around that, and that confusion can be only cleared by this ICT, by bringing this kind of genuine kind of data survey system. Almost $200,000 is come to the instrument side. After spending $200,000 to just know 5 questions: what you produce, how much you produce, when you produce. I'm talking about rice specific, and what you get, will you do it again? Just 5 or 6 questions. It costs you a lot of money. Minimum, if you get $150,000 of tool service provider, because unfortunately state government satellite, so we are forced to take help from any other satellite. Okay, when it comes to the price comparative and all things we have to do, mostly the Indian service providers, because they are sending a lot of satellite. So that is weather forecasting, or whether it is digitalization of the assessing the funds based on chlorophyll content of the particular better, because they are a bigger country, they do more seriously than any other country, I think. So distance also. So when we are going with the mobile phone, now we have limitations because everywhere there is no network. So you have to ask them additional services, and additional services they come at costs. Like when I go to the most of the interior areas, I agree with you. House having mobile, but that mobile hardly they use once in a week, twice in a week. Even though 1 or 2 data phone is available, like let's say Kauje. The moment you go 10 kilometers outside of the 5 kilometers outside of the village, the data phone does not work. Even though the feature phone, it also don't have the range. So we have to do some kind of like offline kind of things like the GPS do. So those things, when you do offline, when you come in the network area, it pick it, okay? And though it's key to it give a lot of clarity in the data, but it comes at a very cost. It's very high cost, okay? Fine-tuning it will take a lot of time. And I think what we can do, I see the Kulima in your study. So it's a Tanzanian or it's a Kenyan? Kulima in Tanzania is managed by Ministry of Agri. So I think this kind of can be a riding horse for us if it is really available at cost also. We can discuss jointly with the service providers, and few additional services can be included in that one, and it can really help us. Okay. Otherwise, every company they have so many webs to developing a web, what to call it, Android application is not costing much, maybe $1,000, $2,000. You can develop an app, but getting to make it popular, to get usage out of it is really difficult. And whatever we build for initial, at a certain level, it has to be free. Today we use maximum Facebook, WhatsApp, Insta. Why they are so popular? Because up to 5, 6, 10 million subscription, it is always free. Still it is free. Okay. Then slowly and steadily they bring the revenue model behind it, like WhatsApp business or something like that. So we have to put that side also. Okay. Climate, okay, we have really studied for last 2 years, especially the rice farming sector. So just for my this is sharing, okay, 1% of temperature rise will 7% extra CO2 to the sky. That is the combination, okay? And when clouds become heavier, the mountain area, and then suddenly flood, and that water, before we control it, went back to the ocean. How the whole ecosystem works. So we have to be really, really very smart with schemes and the climate smart, resilient cropping and farming system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vinod, for your very thorough presentation. Karibu.
Asante. Samuel amegusa before mimi, nitataka kuextend kidogo. Sample size. Kujua njia gani imetumika kupata yale maeneo kwa ajili ya study. Sample size nadhani matokeo sampling ya eneo husika yenyewe, criteria na nini kilitumika, sababu focus nadhani wakulima. Sasa kama ukisample vibaya ukadecide kwenye locations za kuchukua hizo sample, unaweza kaenda hapo na watu ambao sio. Nadhani ni vizuri pia kupeleka sawa. Sehemu nyingine ambayo nitakusema kidogo ni yale mambo ambayo sisi tunayafanya kama wizara. Kuna mahali ambako wamezungumza issue ya illiteracy. Vijana wako wapi? Ndio wako kwenye bodaboda au nini? Na nini kinafanyika? Ni kweli, kwa sababu tuna program ya BBT ambayo inatekelezwa kupitia kwenye issue za block farms. Nadhani nimesikia kutoka kwenye mikoa, wilaya, kuna kitu kinaendelea. Naanza mwaka swala la shutwa na bila kuweza kuengage vijana, manake uzalishaji utaendelea kuwa chini, sababu lengo sisi kwa maana ya wizara ni kuwa usalama wa chakula. Usalama wa chakula manake iwe nguvu kazi lazima utumie vizuri, lakini pia ajira. Kuna haja ukisema kwenye statistics ambazo wanakuwa wanazitoa Rachel, contribution kwenye agriculture, nini kwa agriculture to GDP, lakini security. Sisi for the past 5 years au zaidi ya 5 years kuna kitu tunaita self-sufficient ratio, food self-sufficient ratio. Tuko 100%. Tunacheza kwenye 115, 124. Ni kitu ambacho unaweza kuona ni kidogo, lakini nchi zote za East Africa wanapata chakula kwetu. Hawajitoshezi kwa chakula. Kwa mfano ukiangalia mchele unaenda Uganda ni mingi sana, zaidi ya 300,000 zinaenda Uganda. Ukiangalia mahindi yanaenda Kenya ni mingi sana. Kwa hiyo lazima kuangalia ile kama self-sufficient ratio, especially kwenye vyakula hivi, food crops. Kitu kingine ambacho nilikuwa nafikiri kuna haja ya kukiangalia, na sasa hii atatusaidia kidogo. Kuna mahali amezungumzia issue ya banana na cassava versus maize. Anasema by 50 kutakuwepo na increase, labda kama atakuwa nimecapture vibaya, ya 32% kwa maana ya uzalishaji kwa mazao ya mahindi yatapungua. Nikiangalia climate bado na behave na mazao kama banana, cassava no problem, lakini banana ni zao ambayo ni water demand, yani nataka maji zaidi. Hata ukiangalia nature ya mmea jinsi ulivyo, maji yanapotea mengi zaidi kuliko sasa anasema kutakuwa kuna increase wakati tayari kuna climate change, maji yanapungua. Nafikiri kuna haja ya labda tumekuwa na ambayo inaweza katoa picha tofauti kwamba maize inaweza banana can increase ikawa to yield maize kwa sababu ya kitu kingine ambacho nafikiri alikipoint out ni issue ya early warning system. Sisi kama wizara tunayo early warning system, lakini ina focus zaidi kwenye swala la usalama wa chakula, sio swala la labda mvua inanyesha au kimbunga kitakuja, mafuriko yatatokea. No, tujaribu kuangalia early warning system kwenye food security, kwamba this year tutakuwa na amount hii ya chakula. Kwa hiyo tunayo iko department na inafanya kazi vizuri, na ndio inatuletea mambo ya kujua chakula kinatosha kitoshi. Early system tunayo na inatuonyesha hali ya chakula. Kitu kingine ambacho ni mzani ya policy, kwa mfano matumizi ya simu. Kuna simu ambazo wakulima na of course price iko pale, lakini tunajaribu kuangalia alikuwa anazungumza issue ya digital landscape, kwamba zimetanyika kiasi gani, nani anayo nani hana. Sasa nikafikiri hii ni swala ambalo kwenye recommendation lingetokea, sababu linahitaji maamuzi kwenye policy. Ni lazima kuangalia namna ya kushusha zile taxi au fee ili kuwepo na unafuu watu wapate hizo simu. So mwisho wa siku wale ndio wazalishaji, tunakula chakula cha wakulima. Kwa hiyo kuna haja ya swala hili likachukuliwa kwenye holistic approach, isiwe wizara moja. Nazungumzia wizara ya fedha, nazungumzia mawasiliano, kilimo, yani watu wanaangalia namna ya kupunguza hizo kodi. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri pia kwenye recommendation. Nadhani sema hivyo vichache, lakini nadhani kwa ujumla presentation ilikuwa nzuri sana, na nadhani kama alivyosema mwenzangu hapa, maybe kuna muda mchache inawezekana mmepewa, lakini nadhani kuna vitu vingi sana ambavyo vionekane hapa. Hata ukiangalia ili kujaza kidogo kwenye zile slides, lakini nafikiri angesplit hapa tungechukua labda siku 3 kidogo kidogo, lakini kwa kweli kazi ni kubwa sana sana.
Thank you very much. That was insight from Ministry of Agriculture. He actually narrated mainly, he talked on the issue of the sample, that what were the criteria of those samples selection, so that we know that, okay, the information that the sample size is representing the whole population is not misleading. So he actually and on the selection of the samples. He also talked on the issue of the youth, that yes, the issue of the youth has been an issue now, but the Minister of Agriculture is trying to address through the program called BBT, Build Better Tomorrow, where they are now bringing in youth and they are giving now the access, because he mentioned that the problem of the youth, the access to the land, of course, the finance issues, so that the major problem that have been
hindering youth to participate in agriculture. So the ministry is trying to coming up with the strategies to attract youth, and that's when it came with a project called BBT, where now they are giving the youth access to land, access to finance, and of course capacity building, so that more youth are involved in agriculture. He also talked on. He also talked on the issue of the data that on the percentage we mentioned on the contribution of agriculture. Probably he was maybe just asking us to recheck on the percentage, because he mentioned that they also have a measure that they look on the food security per household, of which he mentioned that we are above 100%, I think. So we are better off comparing to countries. So maybe we also have to look at it and see how we put that in our report probably. And he also talked on the issue. He talked about also on the issue of what was the last point? Early warning system, yes, that they also, the early warning system, the ministry have the early warning system in place, but majorly they actually alert on the food security. Yes, probably we are looking on the other alerts, whether the outbreaks and all that, but for them they are alerting specifically on the food security. If we have shortage, if we have surplus, and all that. Did I miss the end point? On the police, yes, he also talked on the issue of the policy, that yes, maybe on the issue of the phone, especially the feature phones and the availability of smartphones. Maybe there are issues of the price and something like that that we should probably and recommend probably the government look on how to reduce the taxes so that these phones are readily available and probably they are used with the farmers, because with the findings we have seen that yes, the use of the phones is much higher in the country, but mostly are feature phones, of which with the world of digital they are not much. They don't best fit to the aim of digitalizations. But also he actually commented on the former observations from our colleague Vinod from MW Miller, that yes, the study was quite intensive, and of course the presentation was very impressive, but it feels like the time was not enough to capture all the key information that the stakeholders and the government probably could have informed on it. So of course, since it was quite limited to get all the data and all that. That was the highlight from the contributions. I'm seeing we still have questions, but we also have our colleague online, Messi. She have questions and observation probably. I'm seeing her hand. Welcome, Messi. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm following online and I am hooked here because I think you're having very beautiful discussions, and thank you very much for the presentation and also for the reactions from the room, especially from the ministry. I think it's very important that we have people in the ministry, because when we talk about policy, when we talk about food security, when we talk about how this work is going to impact people, the ministry is very important. And thank you very much for turning up and even giving those highlights. I wanted to comment on two things. And one was, someone mentioned about the digital technologies being used and being very powerful in the market side exclusively. And yes, we agree. We see that there's a lot of success, especially on the digital side, when people want to receive information about markets and where will they sell their tomatoes, how much is that costing, where will they sell their maize, how much is that costing. And I think there's something to learn from that overall. One is that market is a driver to adaptation. for example, if a farmer is growing the traditional seed, and most of our farmers know how to multiply their seeds. They buy seed or they get from a neighbor, they multiply that, they share among themselves the first crop, second crop, third crop, and they're able to produce either subsistently or a little more even for sale. They are comfortable with that. But then if we promote, like, for example, hybrid seeds, adaptable seeds, or many other technologies that will boost their increase or be able to help them probably evade or confront the challenges they're having, then they get an increase, a heavy bumper harvest. And then maybe the market is flooded or they have nowhere to take the produce. So what happens? Then they say, why should I adopt to have more problems than I had with my traditional knowledge and practices? So they abandon it, and the next time they don't adopt. So I think bundling up within the digital platforms so that you're not only providing a one stream information, but collectively bundling the services, whether it's input, whether it's market, so that the whole value chain is taken care of, promotes a lot of adoption to whatever practices you are sharing through digitalization. And specifically, even when we are talking about sharing information through digital technologies, then we need to tell them, yes, we are doing this because this will help you adopt, this will increase your yield, will help you improve your livelihood. But then where do they sell? So market information is important to bundle among other information. So looking at a platform that is more successful, whether it's in the market that has penetrated better, then bringing in the other advisories that you'd want to share with the farmers or with the stakeholders would be a better approach and also a way to go. The second aspect I would want to comment on is on the youth. It's a problem everywhere. It's not only in Tanzania. And this digital technologies or digitalization is really an opportunity for rural economies. How? And especially for the youth. These are people who love working with digital items. That's where they love to belong. We all know and see them. And coming up with approaches, with models, with sustainable or commercially viable models that are cheaper, that can provide rural employment for the youth. We have so many youths in the villages and in the farms who are learned. They have degrees, they have diplomas, perhaps in agriculture, in marketing and other things. And instead of them moving to look for other jobs, they could make use of the digital space to provide advisory. They can be better to interpret to their we've seen them interpreting to their parents. They can be better to provide illustrations, because we say instead of just pushing the digital information to the farmers, we need to be more, we need intentional to explain to them, to make them understand, to give them illustration of what that message says. So for me, I think it also presents a very good opportunity for youth employment, for rural economies to grow, and of course also presents an opportunity to bundle up services so that market as a driver of adaptation is included among other services and promotes, the farmers feeling comfortable to adopt. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Messi. Thank you for being with us until this time. I'm being still there are reactions from the floor. Yes, there was one very valuable. Terrible.
Naomba chifu tafsiri kwa Rachel, niongee kwa Kiswahili. Naomba kuchangia kidogo kwenye issue of climate smart agriculture, especially kwenye contract farmers. Niwape uzoefu kidogo niliopata kule Babati Manyara. Miaka ya 2008 na 2009, wakulima wetu waliingia mkataba na Mount Meru Millers, kilimo cha alizeti. By that time, bei ya alizeti ilikuwa iko very low. Wakulima wakaingia mkataba na Mount Meru Millers kwenye kilimo cha alizeti. Mount Meru Millers akawaletea mbegu za alizeti. Lakini akawaambia kwenye mkataba huu sintanunua chini ya bei itakayokuwepo. Kwenye hili nataka niseme kuwa farmers na buyers should be flexible to allow some changes in price. Sio kwenye kilimo cha mkataba eti kwa vile buyers ameleta mbegu kwa farmers akatokea mtu mwingine ananunua bei nzuri wale wakulima wasiuze. Hapana. Kule ilitokea hivi. By that time bei ya gunia moja la alizeti ilikuwa ni shilingi 10,000. Farmers na Mount Meru millers wakaingia kwenye mkataba, wakalima tayari wakavuna. Wale wafanyabiashara wengine wakataka kuja kununua kwa bei ya shilingi 10,000 kwa wale wakulima ambao wameletewa mbegu na Mount Meru millers. Wale wakulima wakamuuliza Mount Meru millers, hawa wanunuzi wengine wanataka kununua kwa 10,000. Je, wewe unasemaje? Tuwauzie? Mount Meru millers akaambia hapana, mimi nitanunua kwa shilingi 15,000. Wakulima wakaambia wale wanunuzi wengine, Mount Meru millers amesema atanunua kwa shilingi 15,000, je tuwauzie? Mount Meru millers akaambiwa Mount Meru millers wakasema no, hiyo bei hatuwezi, muuzieni Mount Meru millers kwa hiyo bei. Kwa hiyo ninachotaka kusema hapa hawa kwenye contract farmers, yule mnunuzi na wakulima lazima wawe flexible. Haiwezekani hata kama yule buyers ameleta mbegu kwa hawa wakulima wetu lakini anataka anunue kwa bei ya chini wakati bei ya soko iko juu na gharama za uzalishaji ziko juu. Asilalamike, lazima kuwe kuna makubaliano kuwa nitanunua kwa bei itakayokuwepo ya soko. Atakapotokea mnunuzi mwingine mwenye bei nzuri kuliko huyu, basi auziwe, asilalamike huyu. Hicho ndio nilitaka kuchangia. Asante sana bwana.
Thank you very much for this valuable contribution. This was a contribution from a representative from Babati Minyana, actually giving us his experiences on the contract farming. Especially on the contract farming, but when we enter contract with farmers, it's allow flexibility, especially on the price. He was probably worried that maybe we may enter contract with farmers and then we fix the price of which now when the buyers, when the other buyers come with a better price, definitely there will be side selling because the farmers are looking for a better price. So he was actually giving an example of menu and the sunflower farmers where they had a contract and they had the flexibility in the price. Now, when the price changes in the market, then they have to inform the buyers, and the buyer had accepted the changes, and then he came up with a price. Is actually better off to the farmers. Thank you for the insight. I think that was well noted, and we, of course, many of our intervention, we do encourage having a floor price, and then we allow flexibility that the market price will determine now the real price during harvest. Thank you very much. We're running out of time. Very out of time. It should be very quick. A quick one. Yes. Aha. Okay. Asante. Karibu.
Kwa jina naitwa Mohamed Yusuf. Ni kutoka Wanyama, tunashughulika na viungo, matunda na mboga. Mwenzangu hapa akasema kuhusu contract na akasema kwamba akitokea mtu ambaye mmefunga mkataba, yani kwa contract, na akitokea mnunuzi mwingine apewe ile mali. Jamani, hapa tumekuja kuboresha kilimo cha Tanzania. Watu wa Kigoma hapo, mnakumbuka ile kufanya biashara ya tangawizi? Ulikuwa na Mzanzibari kule.
Mzanzibari yule aliweka contract na wakulima kwamba yeye atanunua, alikuwa akishapata soko la Ujerumani. Ujerumani wakitaka tani 70 akawapa mbegu, akawapa kila kitu. Tatizo ambalo kwa leo nakumbuka katika ile miaka ya 90 lilikuja mpaka bungeni, ikawa zogo bungeni, kuna Mzanzibari kawadanganya watu. Tatizo walikuja wenzetu hawa, dada zetu hawa, huyu dada wetu walikuja jamaa zake kutoka Uganda, wakatoa bei kubwa, wakanunua. Yule bwana akapata tani 2 tu. Mjerumani yule akamwambia hizi 2 sizitaki, na alikuwa ananunua familia na nini na space nyingine zote, akakataa, akamwambia kana nazo. Kwa hivyo hapa kidogo tuwe waangalifu, mikataba lazima iheshimiwe, sawa. Yule bwana yeye akaja zake Tanga huko, akaanzisha wakulima wengine, akanunua, lakini naye kidogo hapo akachomeka uongo. Maana mkataba wale unasema tunataka tangawizi za Kigoma. Sifa gani wenyewe Ujerumani unazijua? Yeye akasema zile za Kigoma. Wale wamekosa soko. Nafikiri watu wa Kigoma wanajua hilo. Ilikuwa zogo kubwa sana bungeni. Kwa hivyo tunapokwenda kwa wakulima wetu, hili kidogo hili na kuambia wanapenya kuna huko kusingia mkataba, hata bwana mpunga akiingia mkataba kule na wakulima hatukubali. Sawa? Asante. Niko tuangalizo tu ile. Wakulima tu.
Yeah, that was a very nice observation, actually, from our colleague from Zanzibar. They're doing spices in Zanzibar, and he gave us a very good, I would say, caution that yes, in contract farming, we should allow flexibility, but not allowing farmers to side sell to others because of the nice prices. Why? Because this may lead into losing the market. And he gave us an example where they have a contract of buying ginger from Kigoma, and one of the buyers, actually, he mentions from Uganda, they came up with better price and the farmer sold it to Ugandans. And this, the buyer from Zanzibar lost the market from German. So he was giving us these questions, and of course, these are really appreciated and they're very nice observations. A very last one, please. Okay.
Jamani, kwanza tunipongeze dadangu kwa na Kilimo Trust kwa jumla kwa kazi nzuri. Actually ni comprehensive presentation ambayo imefanyika. Hongera kwa hilo. Lakini kuna kitu tunataka kugusia. Zimeelezwa changamoto za climate change kwa kule Zanzibar. Lakini kuna issue ya salt water intrusion ambayo haikuelezwa. Nadhani kwa sababu ya leo ambayo alikwenda kukusanya zile data, lakini iliwahi kuathiri pia mikarafuu miche ilitolewa mingi tuna serikali eneo la kusini huku. Nadhani sehemu za Muyuni kasikosei, lakini haikuwa. Sasa kwenda tolewa, lakini hii shida kumbe ilikuwa ni salt water intrusion ile, yani maji ya chumvi yale katika visima vile ambayo pia ilisababishwa na climate change. Sasa information hii nadhani mkuipata kwa sababu ya kule ambako mlikwenda. Kwa hilo na hilo pia lijulikane nalo. Kwa hilo tu.
Thank you. There was another reaction from from Zanzibar. Yes, as much as we have touched so many issues on the climate issues, but he was reminding us that we have also forgot to touch the issue of salt. And this is actually coming out because of the effect of climate change. Of course, they have recently we have observed crops, yes, and rice. So it's an effect that we have to actually look at it. And probably we didn't capture those data because maybe we didn't interview those people from that side. So yes, the observation is taken into considerations, and thank you for bringing it. We are so exhausted. Yeah, we are so exhausted. We were to have a World Cafe, but I think time is not in our favor. So maybe I will just bring on table one of the discussion points, and we can have probably a few contributions from the floor, and then we close up. How can digital economy investment support climate resilience? Any contribution from the floor? How can the digital economy investment support climate resilience? Contribution from the floor? Any?
See, you are clearing the slot. Yes, private sector.
So if we see the Tanzania is unique in terms of climate impact. Okay, why? Because if you see our 60 to 80 crops, the 90% production of Tanzania is dependent on single rain. Most of the crops are monocrop. Hardly few places maize is grown as 2 times in a year. Otherwise, we grow rice once, we grow sugar once, we grow most of the cereal crops once in a year. So if something goes wrong with that particular season, then we are the much affected. And when Tanzania get affected, its entire East Africa got affected because we are the food bowl. Whatever we have surplus, even though sometimes we are limited in resources, still we are happy to share with our neighbors. So when it comes to the planning, so the most accurate planning happens when we have the accuracy in the raw data. And raw data accuracy will come only when we have lot of real-time information collection systems. And real-time information collection systems can come only from the digital investment. If we invest in weather forecasting, we definitely know when to plant, which crop to plant. If we invest in better communication, mass communication systems through ministry platform or through it's not only that when we're talking digital, it's not only the phone or internet digital system. The radio is also a part of digital. The TV is also part of digital. Even though some community watching centers would fix programs on weekly or daily basis. If we put one TV in a village with the help of particular government support and private sector, and we give some kind of 1 or 2 hour training, okay, it can really help a lot. Okay, then the incubation of the courses, and because who will be driving this digitalization? Mostly the younger generations who are at college or degree or at PhD levels. So what we have to do, we have to engage them by investing more on smart agriculture tool led farming from that, and we have to motivate them. Third thing, we have to win the confidence of the farmers. The farmers, they are staying in very remote area, they are not well equipped like you and me, where every 1 or 2 hours we get lot of information. But when I go and ask farmer, have you seen any climate change happening? He said, no, nothing, only the sun is coming at same time. It's going down, only I am receiving less rain. So for him, he is receiving less rain is not a climate change. So we have to give him timely information, whether it is by radio, telephone, SMS, or whenever we do any kind of meetings with the farming community or any religious or political, there should be some 5, 10, 15 minute focus time or focus talk with this subject. Okay, then only we will be able to, because the changes will come from that 60 million population. We can bring a lot of policies, we can bring a lot of tools, but until we don't get the support from that grassroots level, it will be really difficult. So whoever will start investing this time around, we are at the developing phase of the climate smart agriculture or IT enabled agriculture practices or systems. Definitely companies who will do investment, they will get to thrive. Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Tunashukuru ndugu yetu hapa anatusaidia, lakini wakati tumeuliza swali inabidi kwanza nifinye jicho nifikirie nini kinahitajika hapa. Lakini nadhani kama swali hilivyosema ni kwamba mimi napenda kutumia maneno mepesi. Wanasema ukitaka kukamua ng'ombe lazima uanze kumpa kwanza mashudu, majani, simanielewa. Lazima umpe mashudu kwanza, utakupiga mateke kwanza apate utulivu. Kama kuna nzi waweke moto, unatoa kidogo, alafu then ukienda kwenye ukamua anatoa maziwa. Sasa swali ndivyo lilivyo. kwamba kwenye digital economy nadhani inajieleza, lakini value chain zinazozungumzwa hapa kwenye hiyo digital economy ni kwamba kuna swala la taarifa, kuna vitu vingine, lakini pia mazao yatahusika, alizeti, mahindi na nini. Sasa lazima pawepo na mahali ambako ili kupata hiyo climate resilience lazima ifike mahali isapoti, kwa maana ya kwamba pawepo na uwezo wa wakulima kuwa flexible, kuweza kuadopt hizo challenges kutokana na zile alternative ambazo zinakuwa zinatokana na hiyo digital economy au platforms ambazo zitasaidia sasa. Kama kwa mfano kuna tatizo la labda kama issue ya early warning, mvua hazipatikani, then lazima somewhere pawepo na taarifa ambazo ni reliable from the reliable source, alafu ifike mahali yule mwananchi aweze kubadilika. Lakini of course tunasema hata kwenye climate lazima pawepo na resources ambayo inatokana na ule uchumi husika uingie pia kwenye eneo la mazingira, kumake sure unajaribu kupunguza yale makali, ndio utaipata hiyo resilience. Sijui kama naweza kama mweleweka. Sijatumia maneno mazuri sana, lakini inawezekana naelewa mimi mwenyewe, lakini kuambia wengine nikashindwa. Lakini kikubwa ni kwamba ile economy lazima isupport transformation na namna ya kuweza kuadopt na hizi technologies zingine ambazo zitakuwepo.
Thank you very much. That was an addition from, again, the ministry of representative from the Ministry of Agriculture, trying to add what our colleague from MW Rice Miller has contributed. And of course, he added, he touched on the readiness of the farmers. Yes, they should be also read. And of course, he also talked on the issue of the data availability. And of course, now the investment that we are getting support now the digital economy for this now to this resilience and all that. Do you have any reaction on this? On the question, can you, yes, how can digital economy investment support climate resilience? Yes, Karibu.
Samahani mtu wa wizara kidogo, kwa sababu mimi nilikuwa ni wizara mwenzio kipindi kifupi nilichopita. Kuna tuliposema ile early warning ya watu wa hali ya hewa, sijui mnashirikiana vipi, kwa sababu nakumbuka wale wanazo platform zao kwamba wanatoa taarifa zidi kutakuwa hivi na wakulima washauriwe kulima mazao ya muda mfupi au yatakayohimili msimu huu wa mvua unaokuja. Sijui mnashirikiana vipi, kwa sababu kwetu sisi, kama mimi nilikuwa chief extension office, kwa hivyo mimi katika ile platform mpaka leo. Sasa hivi hapa nitapata ya kesho kutakuwa vipi. Jana nilipokuja huku mimi sikunywa chai, kwa sababu walionya kwamba bahari wimbi litakuwa mita 2. Kwa hivyo nilijua boti itakuwa nzito, na mama wale alikuwa anatembeza vifuko vile, nani atatapika? Kwa sababu nilipata wapi? Kwa TMA. Kwa hivyo kama mnayo, ndio, kama hamna basi bora mngeanzisha, ni ushauri.
It was an additional contribution from a colleague from Zanzibar. He just wanted to know how the Ministry of Agriculture works with the TMA, especially on issuing these early warning estimates or RS to farmers and of course to other people. He even mentioned an example that in Zanzibar we had that. Yesterday, they even alerted him that the wave would be severe, so he had to prepare himself to travel without having a tea, because
Wizara ya Kilimo waseme mazao gani yapandwe. Kwa sababu kama nilivyosema mwanzo, sisi inatusaidia kwa ajili ya kuangalia usalama wa chakula. Sababu hiyo ndio lengo letu la kwanza. Sisi tukipata ziada tutauza, lakini tunataka kwanza watu washibe. Hiyo kuuza ni ziada. Kwa hivyo lazima pawepo na ushirikiano ambao kama mvua inaonekana haitatosha maeneo fulani au itakuwa miezi fulani, mazao gani yalimwe na hayo mazao aina zipi zitumike. Kwa sababu amesema mwasilishaji kwamba unaweza kufika mahali mahindi yako shambani, mvua inaendelea, unajua matokeo yake yataoza. Kwa hivyo kuna vitu kama hivyo. Kwa lazima useme walime mahindi, lakini mahindi gani, ya muda mfupi, ya muda mrefu, ili yasipishane na ile hali ya mvua. Kwa hicho kitu kipo.
Thank you. This was again the reaction from the Minister of Agriculture. He basically mentioned that the Minister of Agriculture, apart of having a food security, but they also work very closely with Tanzania Meteorological Authority (TMA) to respond now on the that have been issued by TMA. If the TMA mentions that there will be probably roaring from this area, now the Minister of Agriculture comes with an advice which what crops should be grown, so that again back to the food security, that there are food secured, because that's what basically the Minister of Agriculture is looking at. And he even mentioned that we don't really that we are looking on food secured. Then if they are food secured, then probably the surplus, that's what we encourage them to sell. Thank you very much. There was very last, can I call it the last, very last reaction from the show. Yes, this is the very last reaction.
Mimi nazungumzia tu ile swali lako ulilosema kwamba digital economy, kwa sababu tumeshasema digital economy at least watu wengi wanaweza wakareach kupitia simu, SMS na vitu kama hivyo. Kwa hiyo ni ule urahisi wa his information kupatikana. Sasa kwa sasa hivi ni kwamba zitatusaidia kwa sababu sisi tulizoko kule kwenye LGA at least tunatakiwa kufanya planning, at least tufanye ile preparedness. Tulizoea ofisi ya waziri mkuu siku zilizopita ndio inapambana na haya mabalaa na majanga, lakini sasa hivi haya masuala yameshushwa kwetu. Kwa hiyo tutakuwa na uhakika zaidi kwamba kwa information hizi tulizokuwa nazo, mipango yetu kule halmashauri sasa tutaelekeza resource, lakini pia itatusaidia kwenye wale decision makers. Sisi tunafanya kazi na madiwani. Unapopeleka proposal, unataka pesa ukachimbe kisima, sijuka wanaenda kujenga shule, wanaenda kujenga zahanati, lakini kwa sababu sasa hivi vitu vinaonekana labda matokeo yake sio ya haraka. Kwa hiyo sasa itatusaidia kwenye decision makers at least kuconvince halmashauri kujiandaa mapema kwamba hizi digital information zinaonyesha wazi kwamba hali itakuwa mbaya, resources zitakuwa allocated na watu wa maamuzi watakuwa na nguvu ya kufanya vitu vya hiyo. Halmashauri itajiandaa mapema, resources zitawekwa kwa sababu we know exactly kwamba hili litatokea na tuna hizi data. Kuna takwimu sisi tunazo, tumekusanya mvua miaka 20 na tunajua returning period, lakini tunazijua tu sisi ofisini. Lakini sasa hizi ziko available kwa watu wengi. Kwa hiyo zitatusaidia kufanya maamuzi kwa muda, zitatusaidia ku allocate resource kwa muda badala ya kutegemea serikali kuu, ambapo sasa hivi serikali inahimiza huko kwenye low level sisi tujipange kwa chochote kile kitakachotokea.
Asante sana kwa mchango mzuri. This was again a contribution from our colleague Dalfo from Almeru, where he mentioned that yes, the digital economy investment very key, especially on the arts. When these informations are timely available, they will also help the local government authorities to do the better planning, especially the allocations of resources. What should be kind of like doing the plan
priority depending on the area that they have and the weather that they are expecting during that farming season. He also mentioned that it can also influence the decision makers, especially the ward councillor. Those are kind of like on the top of the prioritizing, especially when it comes to the issue of the budgeting. What should they do? What? But when they have these early warning information and they know this is likely to happen, then they will allocate resources toward that. And that was actually, this marks now the end of reactions from the floor. And let me take this opportunity again to thank you, Messi. Messi, are you still there with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yes, Messi, we thank you for being with us. This marks now the end of our workshop. We are just having a closing session now. And before I welcome now the team for closing, maybe we can hear from you, Messi, if you have anything.
No, I am okay. And thank you everyone in the room for your contributions, your feedback, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very, very, very much. On behalf of Kimo Trust, as I mentioned, my name is Robert Maruseki. Let me now hand the mic to my colleague Salum. Salum, if you have one or two words, and probably even the reaction on the sample size that was actually asked me, then you will hand over a mic to Rachel Ajambo, our superwoman of today, and then Rachel will take the floor to welcome remark from the Minister of Agriculture. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your passion, because I know the time of feeding this is almost over, but people are still active, and we thank you very much. Asante sana.
Let's make much more clamp to Robert. I think he did a good job. Thank you very much. Now, from my side, I don't have much to say, but otherwise, I really appreciate for your time. I know you had a lot of engagement to do, but you have taken deliberate move to make sure that you are with us. But otherwise, just some small explanation on the samples. I think now this question was raised from the ministry side, but otherwise, what we did was, as Rich said, we did a literature review first. And we tried as much as possible to divide the country into zones. So we had, I think, almost 60 zones. And on those zones, actually went through the agricultural census survey data and to check the number of farmers that they are doing farming in those particular regions. And we checked on the main crop that are being produced on those on those specific regions. So actually, there's where we managed to pick actually those crops, and the crops were basically divided. So now those cash crops, and then those I saw now that they're the food crops. So now that is how we did it. So then from there we went down to use the software called RouseSoft to select the representative sample from the entire number of farmers that we are supposed to pick. And from there, then we deliberate, pick the focus group discussion as per those selected crops from those particular areas, whereby we did focus group discussion. Each crop had a minimum of 2 focus group discussions, just to get the overview, apart from the response from the individual farmers. And also on the side of the key format interview, so we use the purposive sampling to select purposively actually most of the key informats, and especially those who we were aware that they have this digital kind of the project, or this kind is the digital apps. So now that is how we did it. So we are sure now this has been very representative, and I think it's giving out a very good picture, of the overall country. As I think Robert said, we would kindly request for those companies that have the app that are still missing here, we will love also to include them. So I think much as you have our contacts and we have your contacts, so we will reach out to you just to get much more up that are already out there. Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Rachel for the closing, to welcome the representative from the ministry for the closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Salum. Before we invite the person doing the, I would like to invite our finance, our accountant to make some few administrative announcements before we close. Thank you. Obel.
Mchana, poleni sana. Maelekezo machache na ni kwamba kwa wale wafanya registration pia tutakuwa tuna refund transport na maradhi. Kwa hiyo karibu sana. Kwa transport tuna refund upon submission of receipt. Kwa hiyo tunaomba mtangaze receipt zenu za basi kwa wale wanaokuja na usafiri wa basi. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Obel. I thought that one was very, very important information to provide. We have come to the end of our meeting today. We had thought we would finish by 1:30 at the very latest, but I think at 1:30 I was still presenting. So allow me to invite Mr. Semuguruka, the acting DPP, to close our meeting. And I would like to also take on my own behalf this opportunity to thank you very much, gentlemen, for being attentive and active throughout all this very long presentation. We all were fearing it and wondering how we're going to keep people engaged. But done very well. Thank you very much.
Habari za mchana. Wanasema siku hizi hatusemi pole, wanasema hongera. Wakisema pole ni kama watu wameumia. Lakini nadhani tumetumia muda vizuri zaidi. Tumetumia muda mrefu ndio kulingana na ratiba, lakini nadhani tulichokipokea kina thamani hiyo. Kwa hivyo hakuna haja ya kusema pole, tunahitaji kusema hongera sana. Kama ambavyo nafikiri tumekuwa tukipata wasilisho tangu asubuhi, hasa baada ya chai. Nadhani watu wengi pia kwanza amewasilisha vizuri sana dada Rachel, na kama ukitaka kujua watu wameelewa, utaona watu wengi wanakuja kwenye kuzungumza baada ya wasilisho. Kwa mimi naamini alichokaza aliyofanya ni nzuri na amewasilisha vizuri sana. Kwa kwanza tumpongeze kwa makofi. Kazi hii ni muhimu sana ya sisi ambao ni watunga sera na nyie ambao ni watekelezaji wa sera. Na hakuna swali kwamba hakuna mtu ambaye haelewi umuhimu wa kilimo. Tunazungumzia kilimo kwa maana ya kama ambavyo nimezungumza kwamba contribution ya kilimo, sekta ya kilimo kwa maana ya sekta kwenye uchumi GDP unazungumzia kitu kama 27%. Huo ni mchango mkubwa sana, lakini nadhani bado kuna nafasi ya kuweza kuongeza zaidi. Kama haya mambo ambayo tunayazungumza leo yanaweza yakarekebishwa kwa kuzingatia yale mambo ambayo yanatokana na mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Tunafahamu kwamba kilimo chetu kipo katika zoni kama around 7 nadhani za kilimo, zile agroecological zones, lakini zote kwa pamoja zimeshaathiriwa na kiwango kikubwa sana cha mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Nadhani mwenyewe ni mashahidi. Watu wanaotoka Mbeya, Kilimo Trust mtatuambia, Mbeya unaofahamu leo sio Mbeya unaojulikana miaka 20 iliyopita. Anayefahamu Kigoma kwa maana ya kanda ya magharibi, tunafahamu mabadiliko yaliyopo kule miaka 20 iliyopita hayakuwepo. Na umeona kwenye projections kwa matokeo kwamba unategemea lile eneo la Western litakuwa linaongeza temperature zaidi kuliko hata maeneo mengine ambayo tumetegemea yangekuwa na joto kubwa zaidi. Yote haya ni mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Sasa sisi kama Wizara ya Kilimo, yako mambo mengi ambayo tunajaribu kuyafanya kama vipaumbele vyetu ili kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba kwanza tunakuwa na usalama wa chakula, sababu hilo ndio lengo kubwa. Sasa unapataje usalama wa chakula? Kwa sisi tunalenga kwenye kuongeza tija. Unapotaka kuongeza tija, yako mambo mengi ambayo unayaangalia kwenye kuongeza tija. Watekelezaji wa haya mambo ni nyie, lakini lengo kubwa la wizara unaongeza tija, ndio matokeo yake unakuwa na usalama wa chakula. Ukishakuwa na usalama wa chakula, maana yake unazungumzia mchango pia kwenye GDP unaongezeka. Sasa kwenye tija mle ndani lazima tuangalie kwenye uzalishaji, upatikanaji wa pembejeo. Upatikanaji wa pembejeo unapozingatia study aliyofanya Recho na timu yake yote, unazungumzia lazima uwe na teknolojia ambazo zitaendana na haya mabadiliko ya hali ya hewa. Kama huwezi kuwa na teknolojia ambazo zinavumilia ukame, maana yake ni kwamba wewe itakuwa ngumu sana kuweza kupata mazao na kuweza kulisha watu wako. Kulingana na takwimu za UN, anasema kwamba shirika la chakula la kilimo la Umoja wa Mataifa, UN Food and Agriculture Organization, za mwaka 2018 zinaonyesha kuwa kutakuwa na ongezeko la idadi ya watu ambapo ifikapo mwaka 2030 idadi ya watu duniani inakadiriwa kufikia bilioni 8.5 na bilioni 9.7 ifikapo 2050 mtawalia. Aidha, idadi ya watu barani Afrika inakadiriwa kufikia bilioni 1.6 mwaka 2030 na bilioni 2.4 mwaka 2050 mtawalia. Lakini vile ifikapo 2030 kama nchi sisi tunategemea kuwa idadi ya watu watafika milioni 79, inakadiriwa kufika milioni 79 na milioni 135 ifikapo 2050. Takwimu hazipishani, nimeona pia kule kama haiko tofauti. Sasa hii tafsiri yake ni nini? Hii tafsiri yake lazima kuwa na mikakati ambayo itaweza kutufanya sisi tuweze kulisha watu wetu, lakini pia tufanye biashara kwa kile kitu ambacho tutakuwa nacho cha ziada. Sasa huwezi kufanya biashara kama kwanza hujijui una tatizo gani. Kwa hiyo hii study iliyofanyika inatupa picha kwamba huko tunakoenda tunaenda wapi, nini tunaenda kukutana nacho, hapa saa hizi tulipo napo tuna changamoto zipi. Kwa hiyo sasa kama wizara ndio unaanza kuangalia kwamba kipi ambacho unatakiwa kufanyia kazi. Kwa hiyo sisi tunajaribu kuangalia upatikanaji wa mbegu kwa maana ya, lakini mbegu bora ambayo zitaweza kufanya vizuri katika mazingira ambayo yana changamoto hizo ambazo tunaziona. Lakini tunapokuja kwenye swala la digital agriculture au hizi platforms, nyewe mnafahamu ni mashahidi kwa sababu wengi mmetoka katika maeneo ambayo yanatekeleza hizi sera kwa vitendo kwenye ngazi za halmashauri na wilaya. Mnafahamu idadi ya extension officers waliopo kwenye wilaya. Mahitaji ya extension officers nadhani tunao around 7,000 kama nitakuwa sijakosea, lakini mahitaji yetu nadhani zaidi ya 10,000 au 15 ambao wanahitajika kwa maana ya kila kijiji kiwe na extension officers. Hiyo gap iliyopo leo ni 50%. So unafanya vipi kupunguza hii gap? Maana lazima uje kwenye hizi digital platforms kwa maana ya kwamba uwe na kilimo, uwe na mfumo kama ARDS, uwe na mfumo wa tuna call centers na vitu vingine ambavyo wananchi au wakulima waweza kuwa wanapata taarifa na upatikanaji. Kwanza hali ya hewa ikoje, nini kinatakiwa kulimwe, pande kwa wakati gani, mbegu gani zitumike, na hata masoko yako wapi. kwa sababu wote tunazungumza platform kwa ujumla wake. Wafanyabiashara watakuwa ndani, wakulima watakuwa ndani. Kwa mwisho wa siku tunapata zile taarifa kwa wakati. Kwa hivyo mimi nitakusema hivi kwamba sisi kama wizara tunathamini sana mchango wa Kilimo Trust na kazi ambayo wameifanya na tayari wameshaiwasilisha. Kwa hivyo sisi kama wizara nataka tu niwahakikishie kwamba mambo ambayo yanazungumzwa hapa sisi kama wizara najua bado ni kwenye hatua fulani ya mwanzo, mtaenda hatua ya pili, lakini matokeo ya mwisho kama wizara tutayachukua kwa ajili ya kuweka katika mipango yetu kwa kuzingatia kwamba maandalizi ya teknoloji, upatikanaji wa teknoloji uzingatie haya mabadiliko yanajitokeza katika nchi yetu. Sababu mwisho wa siku tusipoangalia haya mapema tutashindwa kulisha watu wetu, tutakosa mchango wa sekta kwenye uchumi na vitu vingine kama hivyo. Kwa hiyo mimi niwashukuru sana kwanza kwa kazi ambayo mmefanya kama timu, lakini pia niwashukuru washiriki kwa michango yenu mizuri katika kuboresha hii taarifa ambayo imewasilishwa na Rachel. Kwa sababu nimepewa nafasi ya kuzungumza kidogo na nadhani mko mmeshakwenda, labda kwa wale ambao hamkai Dodoma, naomba niwatakia pia safari njema huko mnakoenda salama, lakini pia kama kuna ambao utakuwa labda kwa sababu sio kila mtu ameweza kuzungumza na labda kuna kitu kimesahaulika, nadhani sio vibaya kama utaweza kuandika mahali ukapata contact za hao watu ili tukawapelekea kama input kwa ajili ya kuendelea kuboresha hii taarifa yao. Baada ya kusema hayo, naomba niahirishe kikao. Nadhani nakifunga na kiairisha na kifunga kwa sababu haitafanyika kesho. Kwa hiyo nafunga. Kwa hiyo naomba nifunge hii kikao na nadhani niwatakie pia safari njema katika kuendelea kusafiri kwenda nyumbani, lakini pia timu kuendelea kuboresha hii kazi. Karibu tena Dodoma.
Let's see, our validation workshop has officially been closed, and we thank you for the closing remark from Minister of Agriculture, where he really appreciated the study and he promised that the Minister of Agriculture will take into consideration all the recommendations that we have actually them out on our report. And of course, not to mention Barrett, but he is wishing to receive the report, the full report. Yes, he commented on the importance of digital agriculture, specifically mentioning the increase of people. He gave us the data of how people would increase in Africa for the coming years, 2030 and 2050, where we expect it to be 2.4 million people. He also mentioned the increase of people in Tanzania, where we expect it to be closer to 80 million in 2030, and he mentioned it to be probably 130 million in years to come. So he actually appreciated the contributions and the role of the digital in now. How do we kind of like cope with this increase of people, and how the digital now play a role to make sure that the food is available and we feed all these people, especially through timely availability of information, and of course now we respond to these climate issues and continue feeding this increase of people. So that was a very nutshell, the closing remark. Otherwise, our workshop has officially been closed. We are traveling out inside of the dome, and this will be traveling to Wisdom. Otherwise, we thank you, Messi, for being with us, and that marks the end of our workshop. Thank you. Jamani, kuhusu utaratibu. Wengine nimeamini kumbe wana ile habari ya tuko tunaumwa njaa waga inatukuta tuko mchanganyiko tuko wenyewe bwana, sisikia kabisa hivi. Safi. Sasa chakula kipo tayari, nafikiri ni kule ni pale. Sasa utaratibu utakuwa ndugu yetu, tunaweza wachache tunamuona Obed, wengine tunaelekea kule. Ukimaliza kula tunakuja pia kumuona Obed hapa malizane naye, si ndio? Au tunafanya baada ya kula? Yes, kuna wachache wanaweza kabaki hapa kamalizane naye, watu wengine tunaelekea kula. Otherwise, kuna bwana wa DMA ameacha business card ziko hapa, kwa bahati mbaya amepata dharura, kwa hiyo akawa amewahi. Sasa kama unahitaji mawasiliano naye, Boni Salum atakupatia business card za mtu wa DMA. Yes, nafikiri hilo ndio lilikuwa la msingi. Otherwise, tunawashukuru sana. Namba zetu tunazo, namba zetu za simu. Please, kama kuna contribution yoyote ambayo unayo na unaamini unahitaji kutufikishia, tafadhali unaweza kututumia kwa njia yoyote, SMS, kwa email, kwa simu na kadhalika, mpaka WhatsApp. Siku hizi ni official communication. Mchana mwema. Yes. Hiyo head nashukuru sana. Hata nimesaidia mara hii internet ndio tulikuwa tunaitumia. Okay. Yes. Everything, whatever you produce,